Well, very good morning and welcome to the opening day of competition at the Tokyo Grand Slam, the last of the IJF events on this 2016 calendar, and we look forward very much to a super event, not necessarily with the biggest field or some of the highest competitors, but some really interesting matchups. So let's take a look at the 5 weight categories that we've got to bring you on this opening day. We'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds and some of the top picks in the under 60 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Dashtava Amatufshin of Mongolia. Number 2 seed is Takato Naohisa of Japan. The number 3 seed is Shishimi Toru of Japan, and the number 4 seed is Felipe Kitadai of Brazil. In the under 66 kilo category, the number 1 seed is An Baol of the Republic of Korea. The number 2 seed is the current Olympic champion Fabio Basile of Italy. The number 3 seed is Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia. And the number 4 seed is Dovdon Altansuk of Mongolia. In there as well is Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia, Takajo Tomohumi of Japan, Adrian Gombots of Slovenia, and Abe Hihumi of Japan. So a tough field in the under 66 kilo category. The 3 women's weight categories, well, the under 48 kilo category has a wealth of talent in there, and the number 1 seed is the world number 1 and Olympic bronze medalist Galbadrak Odgonsetsig of Kazakhstan. In that pool also is Endo Hiromi of Japan. The number 2 seed is Munkbat Urantsetsig of Mongolia. The number 3 seed is Kondo Ami, a 21-year-old Japanese, a world champion. And the number 4 seed is the Olympic silver medalist from the Republic of Korea, Jeong Bo-kyung. In the under 52 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Shishimi Ai of Japan. The number 2 seed is Astrid Neto of France. The number 3 seed is Ekaterina Guika of Canada. And the number 4 seed is Chen Chen of China. And we're going to dwell a little bit longer on the under 57 kilo category, because I think that is the one that's going to cause a few moments of interest today. We'll start by taking a look at the number 1 seed. That's Dorje Surin Sumia of Mongolia. The number 2 seed is Helene Resevo of France. The number 3 seed is Kim Chandi of the Republic of Korea. And the number 4 seed is Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. Now, the pool of death, I'm going to call it, is Pool B. And in that pool, we've got Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan, Priscilla Neto of France, Jessica Klimke of Canada, Marty Malloy of the United States of America, Natalia Golomidova of Russia, and Safo Choban of Germany. So really tough pool, that Pool B. And Pool D isn't that far behind either, with Kim Jun-di, Jovana Rogic of Serbia, Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia, and Udaka Nae of Japan. We're going to start by taking a look at the contest on mat number 3. The opening contest there features Priscilla Neto of France. She's up against Jessica Klimke of Canada. Sit back and enjoy all the action.
Tatami 3, first round for women under 57 kilograms. In blue for Canada, Jessica Klimke. In white for France, Priscilla Neto.
Well, this is quite a start for both fighters. Neto, obviously, with the far greater experience at international level. The thing for her, though, is that she's moved up from 52 to 57 kilos. It wasn't that long ago that Klimke moved up from 52 to 57, but that was as a cadet moving up to junior, and she's now fighting here as a senior. So a tough start for her, having to face Priscilla Neto, but at the same time Neto has now got to get used to a new weight category, and Klimke is young and strong and developing very quickly. She's getting used to fighting higher skilled fighters. Be careful here. There's doesn't get caught. Really needs to stand up if she can. Yeah, just about got off then. That was pretty close. Almost got caught with that shimiwaza. Sometimes when you're making that transition, either age-wise, going through from cadet to junior and junior to senior, can prove difficult. And then sometimes making the transition through the weight categories, normally only one. There's very few players that will go through and do 3, maybe 4 weight categories, I suppose. Extremely unusual, but not entirely unheard of. I think we had one of the fighters this morning who's now coaching. He certainly competed at 4 weight categories, 60, 66, 73 and 81. That was Ashpatar Saganbata, the Mongolian. He ran through the weight categories, although the 81 kilo category was admittedly in the team event.
First round for women under 52 kilograms, that's round 2. In group 4, Thailand, Warasanta Kachakor. In white for Japan.
No score yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece, just testing each other out here, really. A minor stalemate as they try to work things out. Klimke shaping up right-sided, as is Neto. She got stronger when she moved up from 52 to 57. You could see a physical change as she walked around. You knew she'd gotten bigger and stronger, but hasn't been able to translate that into some of the nice techniques that we saw her executing when she was at 52 kilos as a cadet. All right, it's a completely different game. But, you keep your fingers crossed that some of what they've learned as youngsters and the way that they've developed is going to translate into some degree of success as seen. It's still early days yet for Klimke. She's only a junior. But it just seems that little bit unusual to see her stifled as she is when you see her against the seniors. Not quite been able to break it yet. Kept a clean sheet here against an extremely experienced Priscilla Neto. So that's a really good sign. She just had that one moment when she was almost caught with the shimiwaza, and that looked a little bit poor there when she was bent over defensively. Just avoided getting called for that overly defensive posture. Lucky there, another referee may have been slightly more harsh. I said at the beginning that 57 kilos was going to be a tricky weight. In the very first fight, goes into golden score. And this is that pool of death that I was talking about. Klimke and Neto's the first contest in here. Yoshida Tsukasa, the number 4 seed, has got a bye into the next round, as has Marty Malloy. So the contest to follow this will be, she's going to score there. Well, she kept going. French coach is displeased with that, but there was no cessation in the attack from Klimke. Kept pushing and eventually came up with a Yuko. Well, that's a really good scalp for Jessica Klimke. Winning out over Priscilla Netto. Netto, it's now early days for her in the under 57 kilo category. She's got to get used to her new weight category. Well, the next contest is between Natalia Golomidova of Russia. She faces Safo Choban of Germany. Here's another promising youngster, this time Safo Choban of Germany. She faces Natalia Golomidova. Really tough contest for both these young fighters. Harder, I think, for Golomidova. Tall and leggy for 57 kilos. Safo just that little bit shorter. He's been competing at the senior level for a bit longer as Choban, so put your money on her. Down on mat number 1, Ishikawa Megumi of Japan has just taken to the mat, unseeded here. But I'll be really surprised if Ishikawa doesn't make it to podium. One of my favourite fighters, one of the greatest technicians in Niawazov. Oh, Golomidova coming up with a score there. On the left side, a chance for Choban to attack on the ground now. See what she's got as far as the Niawaz is concerned. Nice use of the mat area there. I think this time she'll... Yeah, had to tap out. That's terrific. That is terrific. That is terrific. Not just the piece of work, but knowing that there was the chance of a technique coming off, despite the fact that they were on the safety area, and just allowing it to go on. Yeah. Choban proving a little bit too strong in Niawaz for Natalia Golomidova. Really good work. And Ishikawa Megumi won her contest down on mat number 1. Well, we're going to stay on mat number 3 because we're going to see the first of the contests in the under 66 kilo category. Daniel Kagin of Brazil faces Alexander Mariak of France. It'll be Kagin in the white judogi and Mariak in blue. So the first of the contest in the under 66 kilo category. Little right-sided effort from Kargin, but it was quite weak. Never really threatened Mariak. He's going to have to come up with something a bit better than that. No score yet. Both fighters just feeling their way into the contest. A little bit of a foot sweep attempt there from Kargin, but again, it doesn't trouble Mariak. Sort of desperate looking lunge from Kargin, and another little left-sided effort from here, and Mariak, despite the fact that he's not really troubled by Kargin, is going to have to be careful he doesn't fall behind as far as attacks are concerned here. Another effort from Kargin. He really does have to be careful here, Mariak. Just coasting a little bit, the French fighter. Now, just missed with that Yoko Tomonagi, and then moves straight in to the attempted Kansetsu Waza. Maybe just a little bit too low down and missing the elbow joint there. Kargin doesn't look as though he's in any trouble from it, and the referee eventually calls mate. Now, Kargin won't want to miss out on this opportunity, but he's already let slip that advantage on the ground. Mariak able to come up with his own attack. Still no score. Kargin has done most of the attacking, but they haven't been telling. That's to say, he hasn't been able to come up with a score. Mariak has managed to avoid picking up a penalty, and it's now Kargin who picks up the penalty. And oddly enough, it's for passivity. He's taken his foot off the gas there. unfortunately for Cagnan, he's not going to be able to pull this back, I'm afraid. Right, let's see if we can go quickly to mat number 2, because Nagayama Ryuju of Japan faces Philipp Graf of Germany. It's Nagayama in the white judogi, Graf in blue. This is in the under 60 kilo category. Oh, great effort there from Graf with the Makikomi. Came up with Yuko for that effort. So it's the German who leads after a minute. Graf looking comfortable here after scoring that little Makikomi effort. Nagayama just taking his time to get into it. Just trying to remember who it was that told me to look out for him today. I should remember that. Oh, almost came up with a little Ashiwaza there. Only 20, Nagayama. Oh, it was Pickering. Wazari, nice score on the left side there. Won the Junior World Championships in Abu Dhabi last year. That was Yuko. Yuko, Wazari, could have been a Wazari, I think, but anyway, the score changed to Yuko, so scores are level now with half the contest still to come. Nice little right-sided effort with Ashiwaza. It doesn't come off. Graf manages to get a hand down and just avoid going over. Oh, Philipp Graf has gets thrown there for Ippon. Nagayama Ryuju taking a little bit of time about it, but eventually getting past his German opponent, throwing in for Ippon with 1:42 left on the clock. Well, we're slightly spoilt for choice here. Let's go down to mat number 1. We've been looking at the under 57 kilo category, and Daria Mezhetskaya of Russia faces former world champion Udaka Nae of Japan. It's Mezhetskaya in the white judogi, Udaka in blue. There's no score as yet, and we've had a little under a minute. Mezhetskaya just finding things a little bit difficult against Udaka. She picks up a penalty for passivity. Oh, slightly off balance with that attack. She managed to get low enough, but in doing so, he lost her balance, and the shape of the technique broke down. Udaka will have been glad to see that. Comes Mezhetskaya again for a favourite, Morote Seonagi. Well, she's made herself a little bit busier, but it's slightly untidy, some of the efforts. Udaka hasn't done a great deal. Has been good with the grips, good movement. Threatening here though. Yeah, she's gone over, and Nimble couldn't give a nip on for that because she wasn't flat on her back. But Mezhetskaya got herself in all sorts of trouble there. Udaka just very nearly buried Mezhetskaya with that effort. So a tall order now for the Russian fighter to come back from Wazari down with just a little over a minute left to go. Hands are all in the wrong place there. Just call mate for this. 40 odd seconds left to go. So Yuko, the lead for Udaka. Ashiguchi Yuki of Japan has just defeated Kamal Khan Magomedov of Russia down on mat number 3. That's in the under 66 kilo category. That was a poor effort from Udaka there. And the referee spotted that. She picks up a penalty. Mezhetskaya pressing forward, but it's a little bit too late, I'm afraid, and Udaka it is who squeezes past Mezhetskaya by that single Yuko. Well, that's the first round of contests over in the under 57 kilo category. Udaka goes through, and she'll face Jovana Rogic of Serbia in round 2. Looks as though she's just warming up there, doesn't she, Hidaka? Right, who have we got coming up next then? Murkridin Tilolov of Uzbekistan faces Matias Turbots of Slovenia. It's Tilolov in the white judo gi, Turbots in blue. This is in the under 60 kilo category. That under 57 kilo category pool of death that I was talking about, we've already lost from that Priscilla Neto of France and Natalia Golomidova of Russia. So we're left with Yoshida, Klimke, Malloy and Choban. One of those is going to come out of there. We'll wait to see who it is. Nagayama is through to face Albert Oguzov of Russia in round 2. Young Japanese having defeated Philip Graf of Germany, eventually throwing him for Ippon. No score yet between Tilolov and Turbots. At number 2, there's a win for Chae In-hyuk of the Republic of Korea, defeating Michael Marcelino of Brazil.
The next contest is first round for 166 kilograms. In blue for Chile, Juan Perez. In white for Spain, Javier Delgado.
Half the contest gone. Tilolov leads by Yuko. Turbo's having difficulty with some of the grips on the Uzbek fighter, just trying to free his hands up a little bit and come up with something from which he can work some techniques. Try that little low left-sided Morote Seanage, that doesn't come off. Uzbek fighter picking up a penalty there to go with his Yuko. Still leads though, and looks reasonably comfortable. Turbo's just slipping out of that attempted Kansetsu waza from Tilolov. Almost got caught there, a little bit too desperate. Left himself open, and now the Shimiwaza attempt. But Turbots was up to defending that. Going to have to defend this one as well. Here comes the Uzbek again. Oh, all over him on the ground. Not able to come up with a telling waza, however. A few bites at the cherry there. Shimiwaza and Setsu waza, Osai was. He had a good dig, but Turbots' defence proved up to it. He's only got 30 seconds, however, and he's still got to pull back that score. We may have a look at another Russian shortly. Ilyasova in the under 48 kilo category when she comes up against Kondo Ami, the Japanese. But the Russians are not having a great day of it. As yet, we've seen Mezhetskaya fell, as did Golomidova. And Kamal Khan Magomedov in the under 66 kilo category, he went tumbling as well. So both the 57 kilo category fighters of Russia have gone already. Who was it that Mezhetskaya lost out to? It was Udaka Naez, and that was a tough one. And Golomidova lost to Safo Choban. No slouch, the German fighter. So it's a tough start with the Russians. Maybe Albert Oguzov in the under 60 kilo category can do something for them. He'll be up in round 2 when he faces Nagayama Ryuju. That's a tough fight for both fighters. Well, Turbo's not able to pull back that Yuko, and it's Mukhriddin Tilolov of Uzbekistan who goes through to round 2. He'll face his neighbour, Rustam Ibraev of Kazakhstan, in round 2. Right, we're going to have to get the full name of the Laotian who's about to come to the mat now. First time that I've seen him. This is in the under 60 kilo category, round 1. Right, so we were talking about Russians. We've got one on the mat now, Robert Shvidabadze. Russian in the blue judogi. He faces Sukpaksi Sitsanse of Laos. There you go. I butchered that particular name, I'm sure. Sukpaksi Sitsan. I think that's going to be closer. We'll have to get him up here and get him to tell us himself about that one. That's what I'm going to go for anyway. Sukpaksi Sitsane of Laos in the white judogi, and Robert Shvidabadze of Russia in blue. Shvidabadze sounds positively simple, doesn't it, in comparison? Anyway, there's Shvidabadze's on the board now. He's the first Russian to lead this morning. We've already seen 3 of them lose and go out. Yeah, Daria Mezhetskaya in the under 57 kilo category, and teammate Natalia Golomidova lost to Safo Choban. And then down on mat number 3 was Kamal Khan Magomedov. He went out first round, lost to the junior world champion It's a tough life. Well, we did get a win for a Russian fighter, Robert Shvidabadze, defeating Sithisan from Laos. Let's be nice to him and find out exactly how he pronounces that name. Right, just to finish on that contest between Shvidabadze and Siti-san was the pronunciation of the name. Sukfasai Siti-san of... Oh, that didn't take long, did it? Everyone sorted out. Right, who we got then on... It's about number 1. Chen Qin-ying of Chinese Taipei faces Sonoda Natsumi of Japan. Chen in the white judogi, Sonoda in blue. My first look at Sonoda, I think. Sonoda Natsumi. Let's see if we can find out a little bit about her. Nicely on the board there. Zari picked up by the young Japanese. It was all done and dusted fairly quickly. We may not know a lot about her now, but I dare say we're going to be finding out a great deal more pretty quickly as well. Finish that one off nicely. She won the Kodokan Cup in Chiba last month. She finished ahead of Tatsukawa Rina, Abe Uta, and Hashimoto Yuki. So that is no small feat. Working that Gensetsu was nicely there. Right, here is Dojtsuren Sumiya of Mongolia. She faces Yuriko Warasia of Thailand. It's Dojtsuren in the white judogi, Warasia in blue. We'll stay here because we're going to get a chance to see Ishikawa Megumi in the under 57 kilo category next. As I said, right at the top. I think the 57 kilo category is the one that's going to cause us the most amount of excitement today. A lot of top matches there. So, neat piece of work by Dojtsuren and Kamishi Ogatami to finish off here.
The next contest of number 2 is first round for women under 48 kg. Uzbek in blue for Russia, Salina Turyazova. In white for Japan, the Rio Olympic bronze medalist, Tomohiro Ami.
So that was the opening contest in round 2, Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia, going through to the quarter-final. We'll find out who she's going to face in that quarter-final when we get the winner of the upcoming contest, which is between Kwon Yu-jeong of Republic of Korea. She faces Ishikawa Megumi of Japan. It's Kwon in the white judogi, Ishikawa in blue. This is indeed a tall order. Well, Ishikawa's nearwaza is legendary. You get anywhere near the ground with Ishikawa and you could be in serious trouble. Kwon will undoubtedly be aware of that. She finds all sorts of ways of involving you in nearwaza. Very often overlooked by the Japanese. They've favoured any number of other fighters over Ishikawa, including Matsumoto Kaori. Here we go again. There's a turnover. Just going to need to wrap up the top half. It doesn't look as though that right leg is going to come out. It's quite trapped quite high up, and the referee calls mate. Nice little turn there from Kwon as she attempted a low Ippon Seoinage right-sided. Here comes another effort for the turnover. Just missed control in the top half here, or with that last effort. Already we've had 3 efforts on the ground from Ishikawa. Kwon will know without doubt that that's not where she wants to be. Kwon, the number 2 at under 57 kilos. The Korean number 1 is Kim Jun-dee. And this time the leg is out. She will. No, just got, yeah, there you go. Just the foot. And now that's out and it's all over. Ishikawa Megumi, 2 for 2 in nearwaza. Komatsu Queen finishes off a second opponent. Thank you, Ellie. And there's Roberta Frattini keeping us up to date with the contest order sheets. Where would we be without them? So, second win for Ishikawa, who is relentless on the ground. And it'll be Ishikawa to face Dortsurin in the first of the quarterfinals. What a contest that will be. It'll be the biggest fight of the day, unfortunately, coming up in the quarter-final. It will be Dortsurin and Ishikawa. Would have made a nice final. Didn't work out that way. Right, Kondo Ami of Japan is about to take 2. No, she's just finished off her contest on mat number 2, so we won't go there. We'll stick on mat number. Yeah, we'll stick on mat number 1. We'll have a look at Helene Recevo of France. She faces Tamires Crude of Brazil. It's Recevo in the white judogi, Crude in blue. Yeah, we've got the world number 1 and the world number 2 here. As far as the 57 kilo category is concerned, Dorj Surin, world number 1, we've already seen her. And the world number 2, Helene Rossova, just arm locking her Brazilian opponent there. She had a bad day of it, I'm afraid. Brazilian. Was a little bit under the weather and a bit upset coming in on the bus this morning. I sat a couple of seats away from her. I could see that she was a bit distressed. Not sure what that was about, but he hasn't tidied it up, I'm afraid. Hasn't been the best of days for the Brazilian. But Helene Rossova moves into round 2. Oh, beg your pardon. She's into the quarter-final. That was her second round win. She faced the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Tamaoki Momo of Japan and Liang Po Sum of Hong Kong. It's Tamaoki in the white judogi, Liang in blue. Tsunaki Funa of Japan has just won her contest on mat 2. That's in round 1 of the under 48 kilo category. She just defeated Gao Chunying of Chinese Taipei. Well, we'll stick here because we want to have a look at the 2 contests to follow here. Kim Jun-dee will face Adi Grossman. Ivana Rogic will face Udaka Nae. So, and as I said before, 57 is a weight that we want to take a look at. Yeah. Nice effort left-sided there. Doesn't quite catch Liang. Should work on the ground now. In the background there, Shishime of Japan was taking to the mat. That's in the under 52 kilo category. That's on the adjoining mat. If you want to watch that one, just click on mat number 2. You'll be able to see that. She faces Zarina Babinian of Russia. That's in round 2. Very good morning for the first time this morning to Neil Adams. Morning, Neil.
Yeah, good morning, Sheldon.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing great, really good.
We've got quite a lot of action in the under 57 kilo category. We've got both the world number 1 and the world number 2 taking part. Dorj Surin, the silver medalist from Rio. Helene Rossova, who missed out on going to Rio. Autumn Pavia took that spot. And Kim Jun-dee from the Republic of Korea, Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan, and then I call it the pool of death. It was Yoshida, Neto, Klim K, the cadet world champion, Marty Malloy, the upcoming Natalia Golomidova of Russia, and Safo Choman, former junior world champion, all in that one pool where we lost Neto. Just found it a little bit difficult moving up a weight, and even though Klim K is quite young, she just proved that little bit too strong for her. And then we lost Golomidova. She got arm locked by Choban, a nice little
It's amazing how quickly it all gets sorted out, isn't it, when you get a little quarter like that.
And now we've got Yoshida and Klimke, Malloy and Choban to come. We've already had the first of the second round contest. Dorj Surin won out, as did Ishikawa Megumi. Absolutely fantastic in Nevaza. 2 really beautiful wins on the ground from Ishikawa. She will face Dordsurin in the first of the quarterfinals. That brings us nicely up to date, because we're watching the contest between Tamaoki Momo of Japan in the white judogi, Leng Po Sum of Hong Kong in blue. There's no score yet. There's a little over a minute left to go. There you go.
Well, it's amazing. Thanks for the catch-up. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, how the transition is so prevalent now, because the referee's allowing a lot more time for the development of Newaza. So there was a people coming back.
Terrific one. You would have absolutely loved this. It was the Hungarian referee, the nice score, Wazari from Tamaoki over on the right side, and now straight into the Osaikomi. And they were off the mat for, it must have been 20 seconds as she worked this Kansetsu Waza. One of the coaches was, obviously belly aching there. His fighter was about to be arm locked, and they were off the mat. But nothing was progressive. It was progressive.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
And a couple of seconds later, his fighter was tapping.
Well, we've had a lot of coaches' meetings and things of late, and of course, one of the biggest things that's come up is the fact that the Newaza has to be progressive, and if it is progressive, whether it's on the mat or if it starts within the mat, goes outside, allow it to carry on. But it's getting the referees, of course, to realise what is progressive as well, which is the key. Interesting as well, isn't it, that we're seeing the depth of the Japanese squad here now. And, of course, any country that can hold a Grand Prix or Grand Slam tournament has the honour of being able to put put 4 in if they've got the depth in every weight category, which is 28 ladies, 28 men. And, of course, Japan can do that. So we're going to have a look at the depth of their national squad here.
Still in the under 57 kilo category then, Kim Jun-dee of the Republic of Korea faces the up-and-coming Adi Grossman of Israel. Grossman's got a real fight on her hands here. Kim Jun-dee's been around for a little while now, and strong hip techniques.
Getting stronger as well, isn't it, this Korean team?
And they've got their coach back in the chair. They've released him from China. I say that, I don't mean that in any other way apart from being released from his job.
How long was he in China for?
I think he did 2 or 3 years, because he moved after London. He coached the women's team for the Republic of Korea, and then he moved to take care of the Chinese team, and it was very, very successful. But he was coaching the men there, oddly enough.
First round for 348
Well,
he coached the men there.
the thing is, of course, it's part of the education, isn't it, of the coaches to get out there and to learn different styles, and not only that, how to control a team and how to bring a team together. And I think that's what a lot of the former fighters, the former competitors, have got to be able to do.
Well, you mentioned former fighters, former competitors. The South Koreans have got a new assistant women's coach, a former fighter. Chung Do-woon is making her debut here as a coach. Just sitting in the first row there in a black tracksuit with the 3 white stripes. I'm not going to mention the name of the the brand, but I think you all know it.
Well, it is. It's all part of the process, isn't it? I think that we can fast track the former fighters into positions that are just too high, sometimes a little bit too quickly, and I think it's got to be a process. I really do.
There's that hip technique that I was talking about. Grossman just able to step off it and avoid getting caught, but it's Kim Jun-dee who's picked up a single penalty at the moment with a little over 2 minutes left to go.
Well, it's a new Israeli team as well, isn't it? There are a lot of the youngsters being put out here as well for experience. Grossman, one of them.
Still persisting over on that left side, Kim Jun-dee. There's no secret to what she's going to do or where it's going to come from. It's just a question of whether you're going to be able to stop it or not.
Well, they've all got the same kind of grip, haven't they? It's a double lapel grip, and it's a high lapel controlling the head, They don't rely on the sleeves as much, and it's funny because it's all the way down the line as well, male and female. I mean, they can go onto the sleeve, but then if they can't catch it, look at that. She's straight onto the lapel there, and then the other hand comes high up to control the head. Every one of them. And the upright stance as well that she's adopting there, making it difficult.
Made it harder now. She's gone inside. Ojigari, and then a little push there. Ali Grossman just managing to get her hand outside, making it a little bit more difficult for Kim to come off with that Ojigari.
Well, she's the one that's going to have to go forwards. There it is. She's equalled it up. She was putting the attacks in there. I was a bit surprised that Grossman wasn't penalised earlier.
And he comes again now.
It's almost a matter of time, isn't it, really? She's just plugging away with it, dominating now with the grips. Quick look over there into the last minute of the contest.
There's some fighters that can just get a grip and then attack. It doesn't matter whether they've got no sense of whether it's strong or not. They just know, my grip is here, I'm going to go. It doesn't matter where their opponent happens to be at the time or the feet or anything. They just go like, and Kim Jandee's one of them. Yeah,
one of the big discussions, of course, about coming into the next phase, if you will, the new year, is about the Kumakata and giving time, a little bit of time to set up. Oh, there's the score. Well, I thought that was a Wazari. I don't know about you, but Yuko given there. And that was a nice technique there from Kim. Kim Jandee taking her over. Has been changed to Wazari. We'll have to be out there again, haven't we?
We'll look for that badge. Well, they're making a few changes, aren't they, in the referees? So
yeah, well,
maybe now's a good time to make our move.
Yeah, well, they're making a few changes, and one of the biggest things, of course, is the amount of time it takes an athlete, a judoka, to set up the grips. Because it's all about setting up the grips in order to attack. Now, if you have to attack immediately, if you've got a cross grip, for example, you've got to attack immediately, and then you drop, then you're going to get a Shido, and there's too many Shidos incurred for this, so they're going to give, I think, a little bit more time with the gripping strategies and to be able to set up the technique, so that's going to be a massive advantage.
Actually, it wasn't that Korean coach at all that went to coach the Chinese men, it was another one.
Don't tell me you got it wrong.
No, I mean, what happened to him for the last cycle, though? I didn't see him in that last cycle. I know one went to China. Maybe both of them went. Anyway, this is a really interesting contest for me. Jovana Rogic of Serbia in the white judogi faces the former world champion Udaka Nae of Japan. It's Rogic in the white judogi, Udaka in blue. Udaka was going to have a harder time with this one than she did with Mezhetskaya, and I'm not suggesting that Mezhetskaya was a pushover, but she controlled her well. That was the thing. Udaka had full control of that contest. I think Rogic was going to be a different proposition.
Yeah, well, she's again, when you talk about positive, negative gripping here, so she's trying to. She's going to be trying to stop Udaka getting the grip that she wants. Both on the sleeves at the moment here. And this is where it takes a little bit of time. So she's got the end of the sleeves here, Udaka. And now trying to choose the right moment to go in, having her sleeve dominated as well. Referee doing well here. Not penalising too quickly, which is a good thing. The gripping strategies are such that it really is hard work. If you've got somebody there that's very, very strong with their grip and you're trying to get two hands on just for a millisecond before you blast in for the attack, not so easy. Look at that grip again on the end of the sleeve. So the pistol grip, as long as it's positive, kind of been allowed at the moment because so many of the sleeve grips go onto the end of the sleeve. I mean, we know that it would be nice if we could just work our way halfway up the sleeve for a traditional grip, but it doesn't always happen. You catch what you can. Well, not one of them has attacked, have they yet? Not one. We haven't seen one proper attack. 2 penalties already up there for Rogic.
She's got to be clever here and come up with an attack before she picks up another penalty. We're really up against it there. Wasn't as clever as I thought. You see, it won't matter for Udaka if she picks up another penalty because Rogic picked up a third. So despite the fact that Udaka picked up a second, Rogic was not clever enough to avoid picking that up. She just didn't. She didn't sense exactly what was going on there. Udaka knew exactly what was going on. She knew that both of them.
Yeah, well, she just needs to be dominant now with the grips and stick a couple of, well, close attacks, aren't they? But they're not proper attacks. This is your prime example of your Judo contest, this one. Yeah. It's not what we really want, is it?
She's ended up getting pushed around as well, Rogic here. Fallen into...
What did you say the last contest ended in? With these two?
Well, Udaka fought Mezhetskaya in an earlier round and just did enough to get past her. It's not dissimilar to this, although there was a lot more effort from Mezhetskaya. She sensed, what was going on, so she tried to step things up and made Udaka come up with a score. She threw up for Osadogari with a... there you go, almost carbon copy, this time a different technique, but the same kind of thing, forcing her opponent, to open up and then coming up with a winning score. Last time around it was just a Yuko, and that was all that was needed. This time she finished her off. Well,
she's been given an Ippon there.
Yeah.
Do you think that was an Ippon? I don't think it was an Ippon, but obviously they're going to give it, are they? By the looks of it.
Oh, maybe he's going to change it, isn't it? Yep. So,
well, like you say, a lot of pressure.
Udaka will face Kim Jun-dee in the last of the quarterfinals.
The next contest of the night 3 is first round of 348 kilograms.
Right, well, we can stay here because we can see Felipe Kitadai of Brazil face Yang Yung-wei of Chinese Taipei. It'll be Kitadai in the white judogi, Yang in blue. Haven't seen Yang before.
Well, we've had contest after contest, isn't it? And nice to see some great judo out there. After the Olympic Games, I have to say that we saw a few of the events just lackluster, a little
tapering
bit,
off.
Yeah, just tapering off, a little bit of lackluster. So back with a bang here in Japan, in Tokyo. Kitadai in white here, Yang of Chinese Taipei in blue.
His name's not up there yet, but we will shortly be seeing the current Olympic champion at under 66 kilos, Fabio Basile.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he copes with the pressures of being the newly crowned Olympic champion. He'll realise it is a different game, but he has a lot of class and a lot of ability. Basile took everybody by surprise at the Olympic Games. Well, he's certainly come to fight here, Yang. Just first into the attack every time. Kitadai will have to get on the pace. Now then, could he possibly?
If you were really harsh, You could have penalised
For going inside the
for
leg?
Yang then, yeah. You'd have to be really harsh, wouldn't you?
That's the reason I wasn't saying
it.
it.
Was only
He
in
did
there for a
retract
second.
it. He retracted it very,
Yeah,
very quickly,
yeah.
didn't he then?
There was no material change to the position or anything. It didn't affect it.
No.
He was in and out very quickly.
It was a nice turn, actually, into it.
Yeah.
Trapped the leg as well. Well, I'd say he's on top of this match here, Yang. And Kitadai just having a job just to settle down. He can't. He's been out-attacked in the opening seconds. There's a nice attack there. God, he was right underneath there.
Just managed to move off that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He'll have to be a little bit careful. He doesn't climb on top of that any more than that. Again, the end of the sleeve grip. But now, trying to use it for positive means.
Gone on the other side.
Yeah,
Yeah, that wasn't as threatening, was it?
No, going left and right. And we always talk about the opposite flanks, don't we? The ones that can attack left and right, or just attack the opposite flanks. So important, of course.
Cheer that you hear in the background is for Abe Uta, who's just thrown Astrid Neto for Ippon on that number 2. That's in the under 52 kilo category. Her sister, having moved up to 57, has given her a little bit of space to work there, and unfortunately she hasn't been able to take advantage of that. And knocked out in round 2 by Abe.
Well, we talked about the depth, didn't we, of this Japanese squad. And we've got a few of the massive, huge champions. Not, oh, there. We just get a little show of the Sodi Sorokamigoshi there from Abe. Just right the way underneath there. A couple of adjustments with the hips. Have a look at the first one. There's the first adjustment, then the second one. And right the way over the top, Neto.
We haven't missed anything with Kitadai and Yang. They still battling away, and no score. Minute 40 odd left to go.
Well, surprisingly as well, Yang looks dangerous in Newaza here because Kitadai has good defense to Newaza. He has obviously does fair amount of jiu-jitsu, but here he is now in real problems here.
Struggling here. It's an odd way to turn there, isn't it? I mean, how's he going to score from there?
Well, he just got real problems with Yang. Yang on top all the time. He's just ahead, I think, with the pace.
Just trying to think what it was that Yang has attacked him with standing up. You know, 2 or 3 attacks in quick succession could really put Kitadai behind here. Might change the shape of things as far as the scoreboard is concerned. He doesn't move his feet there, you see.
No, he looks to me, Kitadai, as if he just needs to calm down a little bit. Just needs to settle down, and that Seanagi, that right Seanagi, is the danger one.
There he goes again, you're right. Oh, I think that was generous.
I thought so too, a little bit generous there. Will it stay on? I didn't think he quite landed on his side there, but Kitadai scores with the right Seanagi.
He was lucky to get that. And poor old Yang was given plenty.
Yeah, he's been mugged, hasn't he?
Yeah.
A little bit, I think, with that score for sure. Because there, Kitadai now just a little bit desperate with the attacks. That Shido making no difference to the Yuko. Good account of himself here, Yang.
He's not going to be a happy boy, is he, Yang?
No, I don't think Kitadai would be too pleased about that either. It was a lackluster. He was a bit off. Timing was not on. And he was definitely behind the pace all the way through that contest.
Maybe it's one of those contests that you need, early on, just to really get you going. We may see something different from him
Well, especially here,
Yeah.
because every match is
Well,
going to
he's
be
gonna need
difficult,
it
isn't
now.
it? Yeah.
Right, what have we got coming up next? Rustam Ibraev of Kazakhstan faces Mukredin Tilolov of Uzbekistan. We saw Tilolov in his opening contest, and now he faces his neighbour, Ibraev. It's Ibraev in the white judogi, Tilolov in blue, and we'll follow that with Shishimi Toru of Japan and Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. I really look forward to that one. That's coming up in the under 60 kilos after this. But before that, Rustam Ibraev in white and Mukredin Tilolov in blue.
Well, a big throw up, Ibraev, but both of these fighters, well, it's an unusual style, isn't it? It's a certain kind of style from these particular countries with wrestling tradition. A lot of their techniques, of course, counters and also Yoko Satemiwaza. Left against left. Well, you can't really tell sometimes because they go from both flanks, don't they? They kind of hold right, throw left, or vice versa. There's quite a few matchups in this tournament that I'm quite looking forward to. Different weights, one or two gone up, different weights, and we should see some interesting matchups.
Yeah, and I like the idea of seeing Basile here.
It's brave. I think it's brave. I mean,
Yeah.
after the Olympic Games, he could have just let it go, couldn't he? He could have
Mind
just
you,
relaxed.
When you come to Japan, in that weight category, you'd expect to see and that not taking anything away from the 4 Japanese that they've got in there. They're obviously going to be very, very strong. You've got no Ebenuma. That's nice. You know, you don't want to come here and have to face Ebenuma. So at least he's
They've got
dodged
Abbey,
one. You know, one.
For me, it's Abbey.
One big.
Abbey will be the one. I'm looking forward to that matchup because certainly I think Abbey would have made a better job of it at the Olympic Games. I really do. But you know, he was the one. For me, he was my choice. But anyway, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, as you say, a big throw up. Taken Tilolov over. Leads by Wazari. And Kwon has just defeated Ines Beischmidt on mat 2. That's in the under 52 kilo category. The German's still looking for a 52 kilo category fighter.
Well, looking for the Obitory gaze. She there. Tilolov. Hard out there. It's a big tournament. It's huge. I mean, we haven't got. It's not full at the moment, is it? But it's going to have amazing atmosphere this afternoon when we get to the finals. Well, having his sleeve dominated there, Breev, and just turned in as Tilolov came forwards. Oh, there it is. Oh, well, Tilolov there just surprised him.
Well, as though he that score by Ibraev was a rocket for him. What a comeback.
Yeah, well, big throwers, and that's what happens when you get 2 big throwers in there. Both caution to the wind there. Just a little shake of the head there from Ibraev. Made a mistake. I've been there.
What like that?
Well, kind of, yeah.
So a nice photograph of you this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah, from 1984. A trip to Japan, a training trip.
Yes, I saw that yesterday. Mr. Colin McIver.
Colin McIver was touting it around. He said, can you pick out everyone in this photograph? He asked the wrong man, though, didn't he? I mean,
of course he did.
Come on. Connie, I'm not that old yet, pal. I couldn't pick out any of the Japanese. There were two Japanese boys who were snuck in the front.
Either. I said, do they look like that now? He said, well, no, changed a bit.
I couldn't pick them out. And I think he was surprised that I picked out Gavin Bell. Swatman also surprised him, but I think he'd forgotten that I'd spent some time in the West Midlands up in Wolverhampton with that group. So yeah,
this is the match you wanted.
Shishimi Toru in the white judogi, Robert Shvidabadze in the blue judogi. Who was it that Shvidabadze did up in the previous contest? I think it was a newcomer. Yeah, that's right. Sitisan Sukpase of Laos. Put that one in the book then.
Well, not even going to try and pronounce it.
But the next time that comes out, I thought, I better get it right. Let me go and ask him. He was a nice little boy. He's training at Tenri.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so I thought, hang on a minute. Laos. And he gave a good account of himself against Shvidabadze, who's a good fighter. So I thought, no, let's do him the honour of going over there and finding out how to pronounce his name. He spent long enough on the mat to be worth it. And it was Sukpase Sitisan. There you go.
Shvidabadze here, he's doing well. He's like a Yuko up. That's Sumigaishi there. Shishimi, who was world bronze medalist 2 years ago. Wasn't this year, was it? It was. It was 2 years.
It was a year off.
Yeah,
a year off, didn't we? Oh.
We've got his work cut out here. Well, totally opposite styles, these two aren't they? The Uchimata of Shishimi. Shvidabadze there will just try and grapple him to death, I think.
$60-kilo category in the Olympics at the moment belongs to the Russians. They've won it on the last two occasions. They won it with Beslan Mudranov in Rio in 2016, and with Arsene Galston in London in 2012. He just avoided getting caught there. Shvidabadze landed on his backside and then got his hands down.
Well, like you say, they got such depth, haven't they? 60s, 66s.
Yeah, we're going to see Pulyaev.
Yeah, he's out, isn't he? We haven't seen him for a little while.
He's here. We're going to see him here. So.
Yeah, no, I saw his name in the draw there. Well, he's got to do something now, Shishimi. It's left against right, stance-wise, that is. And trying a Yoko Satemi there. Yoko Otoshi attempt there from Shishimi.
I think he saw Shvidabadze attempt one of those a second or so ago and thought, well, why don't I have a go? Good enough for the Russian, it's good enough for me.
Well, of course, a lot of the thing about having four in every weight category, certainly the depth that the Japanese have got in this category. Now, this is a bit of a sort out, I think, for the World Championships. They'll want to see who goes into 2017 as the number one, and I think Takato got a little bit to prove.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that he's not... some personalities come into it with the Japanese in some ways, and then it's like a little bit of a loose cannon. And
with Takato?
Yeah, and for that reason...
For sure.
He hasn't got the big pick.
Well, that's what he doesn't want to do there. Shvidabadze there wrapping himself around the front leg of Shishimi, and Shishimi trying to do the Uchimata. Now, I think you're right, it is about personalities. Something going to happen. Oh, that was close.
Minute 45 was... Oh, sorry, minute 35 left to go.
I think the other thing about Takato is that Takato has been beaten by foreigners, hasn't he, the last two times out. So it's, at one stage he looked unbeatable, not so now.
Shvidabadze going backwards here as far as the penalties are concerned. Picked up a penalty for passivity earlier on, and now he's picked up one for avoiding to take a grip, and he'd be lucky to avoid picking up one there for stepping out, because it was way after they'd stepped out that he attempted that Sutemi was, but he gets away with it anyway. Minute left to go, this for a place in the quarter-final.
Well, he really is backing off now, isn't he, the Russian? In danger of getting a third penalty.
Been doing it for a while. He's blowing heavily here. Shvidabadze avoids picking up another penalty, and straight away Shishimi came with that little Kosoto effort.
Kind of, it was almost off the grip, wasn't it? You're not allowed to do that.
Tried to mug him, didn't he?
Well, you know, the thing is that if it was the Russian doing it, then he'd get a penalty immediately, because the Japanese do it and they're used to standing up. But, you know, any kind of immediate grip for the Kosoto isn't allowed. Well, he's going to hold on to this here, and I think Shvidabadze is going to go through to the quarter-final. This will be disaster for Shishimi.
I mean, it's unattractive, but it's clever.
Well,
he's
from a tactical point of view, doing everything right.
Including not getting to his feet in a hurry.
13 seconds, just...
He can burn one more, can't he?
He's going to go one more, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll get penalised for that. Yeah, frustration for Shishime Toru. Just couldn't break down the tactical wall that Shvidabadze built up there. And even though there were a few bricks fell at the end, he still couldn't get through it.
Trying his best to come forwards. Good tactical match by the Russian.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting at home and thinking, well, that wasn't a good match. I mean, there are some times when you've got to do what you got to do.
Well, certainly here it's about winning matches. It's not about looking spectacular.
And it's now Shvidabadze who's got the chance to do something else. We get a first look at Walid Kaya of France. I think he had a bye in the first round. He now faces Chen Yen Lun of Chinese Taipei. Kaya in the white judogi, Chen in blue.
Well, you talked about character, and Kaya certainly got a little bit of character, hasn't he? He's young.
A boy. Yeah.
I want to say cocky, but he's certainly very confident, very sure of himself.
Yeah, but we'd understand what you mean if you had said that, but you just said that you didn't say it.
No, I didn't say it. No, I mean, absolutely wouldn't say that. Wouldn't come out of my mouth. Kaya, very confident. Good stance as well, and a good thrower.
Yeah, I like watching him. He's quite exciting.
Well, Shen got 2 penalties here very, very quickly. It's not even a minute gone in this contest. Nice drop Cianagi from Shen. Well, again, big arm over the top there from Kaya. End of the sleeve grip.
Going to make things difficult for himself, Chen, Yen-Lun having picked up 2 penalties with such a long time left to go. What have they seen then?
Well, it's something, isn't it? And I think you're right. I think there's a possibility of a 3rd penalty here. Is it going to happen?
What are they having a look at?
I don't know. It's something, isn't it?
Yep.
Whether it's a touch of the legs. We've got the monitors just in front of us here, haven't we?
Yeah, we're having a sneak look. Oh, it could be from Kaya. Could be. Left hand inside. Could be. Little block with the left hand.
Do you think he realises what he actually did there?
He might. It was, it's a reaction to a movement from Chen. And that's what they're having a look at. Yo! I think he's going to go. Look, there you go.
Definitely on.
Yeah, out. Yeah.
Well, again, this is another thing, isn't it, that is open for speculation. Is it Hon Sokomaki offence? First off, if it's a natural reaction, should it be less?
Going to leave Neil with that one, and whilst I'll go and have a word with Kaya and the coach.
Well, as I was saying, it's again, is it too much? Hon Sokomaki was part of a reaction. I think Kaya kind of hooked inside just to avoid being thrown, and realised, I think, that he made a massive mistake. Well, next up, quarter-final in the under 52 kilograms. Let's stay on this mat. Let's stay on this particular mat here. And Charlene van Snick, Olympic medalist, is going to be out here. We haven't seen her for some time, and she's had a little bit of a rest since the Olympic Games. Sonoda of Japan is her opponent. Van Snick wanting to finish the year, I think, on a high, that's for sure. The Olympic Games not quite going as she expected. Great fighter, Van Snick. Tominagi, though, from Sonoda. Sonoda Natsumi looking for the Newaza immediately. I don't know how much training she's done in between since the Olympic Games. I think every one of the Olympic medalists that have opted to do this particular event will have had a little bit of a break after the Olympics for sure. It's a long old summer, and it was a long build-up to the Olympic Games. Of course, it's not just the Olympic Games. So a Shido up there for Van Snick straight away. She's got to do more. Well, just behind the pace, and we see that a lot, don't we, with fighters that are coming back after a little bit of a rest, and they just get off the pace, and it's something that you've just got to click yourself back into, and normally that's why you do a warm-up event. Oh, that's going to be a score. Yuko scored there. Sonoda in danger. Well, she was dangerous all the way, actually. Non-stop attack there in this quarter-final match. Of course, she's fighting at a new weight here. Van Snick. Don't know whether it will be all the time now at under 52 kilograms, and of course that takes some time as well to adapt. Is this leg going to come out? Look at Van Snick here holding off. If she lets go of that hand, this could be all over, because it's not very often we get this situation when the Japanese don't take the leg out. Legs coming out. Referee doing a great job, allowing good progression. Always danger here. Sonoda couldn't quite get it out there. 1 minute 15 left of this quarter-final in the under 52 kilograms. Van Snick already the winner over Shen Shen of China. Like I say, in a new weight category. The balance of the techniques and the coordination is sometimes what is very difficult to cope with in the higher weight categories. Big arm over the back this time, and another Tomanagi, this time from Sonoda. 41 seconds left. So she has to come forwards now, Van Snick. Well, Van Snick in her new weight category, Sheldon, just behind the pace really here, and it's Sonoda all the way. And Tomanagi just took her over for a Yuko and has dominated grit-wise and in every way really. Newaza as well, almost scoring.
Well, you said that period of transition, whether from cadet to junior to senior, or whether the movement in the weights was always going to be a difficult one. There are very few people that just, step up and, make it without any difficulty at all. And Snick, just looking here as though maybe, the power, I think. It's an odd thing, you're not that big at 52 kilos, but you're just a bit stronger, aren't you?
Yeah, and it's a different pace. Different pace, different balance with the techniques. And that's what makes the difference. So a good win there from Sonoda, and she'll go through to the semi-final.
Now, I managed to speak to Walid Kaya, and to say that he was disappointed is putting it mildly. I think it's better to describe him as being distraught.
I bet he's distraught. Well, it's a massive mistake. He knew he'd made it, though.
And when he came off, there was no argument about it. Now, here, for me, is the contest of the day. Dortsurin Sumia of Mongolia faces Ishikawa Megumi, one of my absolute favourites. Here, if you want to talk about Newaza, then Ishikawa, you can't go wrong. She's 2 for 2 so far this morning.
Well, you pointed out, didn't you, that she is throwable.
Yeah, that's the difficulty.
Yeah.
But you get anywhere near the ground, and she always finds a way to engage you on the ground. Dortsurin then will be well aware of that, and I'm sure she'll do everything that she can to finish things off standing up. And I also mentioned that in 57, because they've got such a wealth of they've got strength in numbers, the Japanese, at 57 kilos. Ishikawa Megumi often got overlooked, not least of all because Matsumoto Kaori was in there, Udaka Nae.
Well, I remember her just taking, who am I thinking of? Took her apart on the ground. Nakamura.
Yeah, she
just absolutely took her apart.
A terrific little fighter.
Yeah.
Tall for that weight category as well. You just give her any chance on the ground, and she's in a little bit too far away to engage Dortsurin, and Newaza there. And you see Dortsurin not interested.
Well, it was funny, wasn't it? Ishikawa just having a little look up there, saying, "Come on, then,
let's go."
Yeah.
Oh, no thanks. I'll leave that.
Yeah.
250 odd, plenty of time for Ishikawa to work something. That's the only trouble as well. As the competition gets stiffer, there's less time for you to engage the fighters on the ground because they're more difficult to get down there and keep down there. They're a little bit more clever. In the early rounds, they fancy themselves and they make mistakes.
Yeah, it gets tighter and tighter, doesn't it? And then, of course, they're afraid to lose. Nice Uchimata there as well from Ishikawa.
Yeah. 26 or 27 now, which in Japanese terms is quite old. Their women's team are always quite young, aren't they?
But like I said, a lot of sorting out, I think, for the World Championships as well, at least to get, and certainly, well, in almost every weight category, isn't it? 60, 66 is for men.
Yeah.
I think 73s, they're obviously keeping Ono out for a reason. 81s, it's again, there's one for me, but certainly in the heavier weight categories in Japan, it's pretty clear. But in the ladies here, not so clear.
Not plenty. Lots of support for Ishikawa. The Komatsu cheering group are not on their feet, but they're certainly in full voice. Minute 40 odd left to go.
How to applaud in a very ordered way.
Yeah.
And it is, isn't it?
She's got to be clever here, Ishikawa, because this may only be decided by either a single score or maybe even a single penalty. The last thing that Ishikawa wants to do is to take her foot off the gas and pick up the penalty.
Yeah, I think that Dorsuren knows that as well.
Ooh,
She's
strong effort.
That was a nice one, wasn't it? It really was. She's given as good in Tachiwaza, Ishikawa, as Dorsuren.
Georgie just reminding us that the final block is going to start at 4 p.m. 4 o'clock our time. It's
Normally 5, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. An odd thing, very rare occurrence for us to change times, isn't it?
I can only think it's because of broadcasting situations.
Pretty set in our broadcast times, aren't we? Anyway, 4 o'clock, Georgie says. 4 o'clock it is then. 30 odd seconds left to go. Neil, no score and no penalty yet.
No, it could possibly go into a golden score situation. Nice Seanagi there from Dorsuren. Well, I think if I was Dorsuren's coach here, I'd say pile on the pressure in Tachiwaza here, because Ishikawa, like I think you said it a little bit earlier, she'll get a little bit desperate trying to get her down into Newaza.
It's astonishing to think that you're looking at the world number 1 and the world number 180.
How is that possible?
Well, Japanese don't pick her. I don't know, it was going to be close. She looks laboured when she walks as well. She's got sort of it's a gunslinger type walk. I think she's going to draw.
Haven't most of the judo people got that walk? Forget their 6 guns? Yeah, I think so.
So into golden score then. Dorsuren in white, Ishikawa in blue. We'll keep a close eye on what's happening with Oguzov and Nagayama on the adjoining mat. No score, but Oguzov has picked up single penalty. Missed the chance for hip technique attack down the right side, did Ishikawa. They'd stepped off the mat and it wouldn't have counted anyway. And Bowell and Alexander Mariak locked in battle down on mat number 3. Actually, they're about to get underway. If you want to watch that one, click on mat number 3. That's in the under 66 kilo category. A nice left-sided effort from Dorsuren. She went low.
She's got to be careful with that Tamanagi there, Ishikawa. She's got to break balance or she will be penalised. Better to stay with the technique she's been doing, actually, the standing Uchimata.
You've got to find a way to put real pressure on Dortzerin with a telling attack on the ground that eats up some time, and she hasn't had that at all. Hasn't had a look in. I mean, I credit Dortzerin for avoiding getting involved.
She hasn't been close to it.
Yeah,
not been close.
Ooh,
that's going to be it. Is that a Yuko? Yeah, she gets the Yuko. It's all over.
Slip from Ishikawa. Just tried to push that little bit too hard, got countered. It's incredible that the way that they take a loss, as though nothing happened, you know. I mean, the biggest disappointment you can imagine. There she was on her way. She gets past Dortzerin and she wins the Tokyo Grand Slam, but
would she go?
Single slip. That's it. What a shame. Right, so Ishikawa it is, who may yet end up on the podium, but won't be in the final. Helene Rosovo now takes to the match. She faces another Japanese. This time it's Tamaoki Momo of Japan. But we're going to go to mat number 2 to take a look at Takato Naohisa of Japan. He faces Yanislav Gerchev of Bulgaria. It's Takato in the white judogi, Gerchev in blue. They've only just got underway. There's no score. Takato in the white, Gerchev in blue. Meanwhile, down on mat number 2, Anne Bowell of the Republic of Korea leads Alexander Mariak of France by Wazari. There's a little over 3 minutes left in that one. Here's Neil.
Yeah, we just thought that it might be a good idea just to have a little look at Takato here, because he's fighting, I think, to go to the World Championships next year. He'll have to make a really good account of himself, and I think, as we pointed out before, his extreme personality probably got him into a tiny bit of trouble in the past, and so he has to prove himself time and time again. So here he is having to do that. Can he do it? Gerchev, big thrower though, and he's going to take the throw to him, and if anybody could counter him and mess up his style, it's going to be Gerchev. Got a strangle on there. Just then to get through to the quarter-final stage, the under 60 kilograms.
Fabio Basile's name comes up onto our board. He's in 4 fights time down on mat number 3. We may get to see that. Why wouldn't we? Well, Gerchev unable to hold off Takato now. He so throws him for Ippon. Having a look at that one. I thought it looked okay to me.
I was busy looking at the board with Basile's name on it there, just turned away.
No, they decided. Ooh.
Well, that was interesting. No score.
Yeah. Well.
I'd like to see that back in slow motion just to see what happened.
Sure they will. We're on mat number 2 and it's a Japanese fight. So the possibility of replays is pretty strong.
Yeah, we've had a good replays and shown from different angles as well. Well, of course, Takato, from a judo perspective, comes from different angles, doesn't he? He's not your traditional Japanese, and he's got counters as well, and he's got those Yoko Satemi techniques as well. Now, can he tie it off? We are going to see it now. Yes. So I think just a little bit of lack of push. It was close, wasn't it? The referee was closest to it as well. You know, who are we here?
I don't think I'd have been cancelling it. Beside a score or no score, it's not one of value. There wasn't a question of value there.
No.
It was whether they thought it was worth a score or not.
Yeah.
And now there wasn't enough in there to give a score. If you're going to give a score, then you have to give him the Ippon because he put him on his back.
Yeah.
You know, degree of force there.
No, I think the good thing about what the referee did there, at least he went for it.
Yeah. So
You
I think he controlled him. I think
Yeah.
he put him on his back. I'm going
Yeah.
to give Ippon for it.
Yeah.
They thought, well, yeah, he did, but there wasn't much in it, so we're going to say no score at all.
No, I think that was a matter of opinion. But anyway, Gurchev still in this match.
Lives to fight another
Yeah,
day.
he does. Certainly does. Because anything can happen, can't it? Yeah.
He's lucky.
Oh, and that's going to
Yeah, you
score.
give him the
This
score this
time
time,
Yuko
yeah.
scored. Sorisura Komigoshi there, right the way underneath. Brilliant change of direction there from Takato. Just
Just
popped
gets his
it in.
hand, just gets a hand down, doesn't he?
Well, he doesn't have the sleeve, so he just goes off the lapel. Doesn't make any difference. Hips were across.
Gone again.
Was Ari this time, and this time it was like a surigoshi. This time the hips just poked across. Now he's in his stride. Takato. Well, it's left to left, and Takato has scored twice by switching it to the right. And he's going to do it again if he's not careful here, Gurchev. This time, Yoko Satemi was up. That was beautiful, wasn't it? That rolled, so it didn't quite warrant the Ippon.
No, he just loses control at the end,
Yeah,
doesn't
just
he?
at the end. But again, he didn't go off the sleeve. It was off the lapel. Lapel and sleeve, but on the opposite side.
No, a little bit too ambitious with that one, that last
Well,
one.
Sumigieshi there from a different angle, wasn't it?
Time is it? 25 after 12 here. If we begin at 4 o'clock and we've got quarterfinals already scheduled on mat number 1, it won't be long before they send us off to lunch, Neil.
Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, breakfast has only just settled. Oh, let me turn down lunch now. See if we can get a chance to have a chat with Tachimoto Haruka as well, the current Olympic champion at under 70 kilos. Udaka Nae has just thrown Kim Jun-dee for Ippon on mat number 1. That was a big chair. Another
Massive Oguruma. Beautiful. Look at that.
another Komatsu fighter.
Wow, that really was. Goodness me. There's your typical. That is an absolute Oguruma, that. Anything from the knee upwards up to the hip. Beautiful.
Yeah, classic, wasn't it?
It was classical.
They said they were going to have a kata demonstration. Now, I don't know whether it's going to be today or tomorrow or whatever, but they could put Udaka in there. Give a demonstration.
We could have that as part of it.
Unfair on Kim Jun-dee, isn't it? Let's be nice. Right, who have we got here? Coming up on mat number 2. I think we're going to see Oshima Yuma of Japan and Choi In-hyuk of the Republic of Korea. Oshima in the white judogi, Choi in blue. We've got Dovdan Altonsuk coming up on mat number 3, but I think we're going to stick on mat number 2. Have a look at Oshima and Choi. That's unless
Did you say Choi in blue?
Choi In-hyuk.
Or did you say...
In blue, yeah. I just wanted to see Kitadai and Tilolov. That's a quarter-final down on mat number 1.
Well, let's
we
go
should
down
really
there
be
now.
having a look at that.
Let's have a look. Let's go down.
Mat number 1, please. Chief, if you can take us down there. He's chatting, isn't he? Right, let's go down to mat number 1 and see the contest between Felipe Kitadai of Brazil and Mukridin Tilolov of Uzbekistan. It's Kitadai in the white judogi, Tilolov in blue. Kitadai is already on the board with Wazari, and we've got a little under 4 minutes left to go. Here's Neil Adams.
Yeah, big technique from Kitadai and starting to get into his stride. Certainly came out to this contest in a different fashion, different pace completely. Only young though, Tilolov, and doing really well. Don't forget that this is the quarter-final here in Japan, one of the hardest and toughest tournaments. Oh, look at that though. Beautiful drop Seoinage from Kitadai there. Right the way underneath, and took him over for a Yuko. So 2 big scores on the board from that Seoinage. Completely different in this match, Kitadai. Just a matter of time here before he connects, and I think he's going to go right the way underneath, and he'll get the rotation that he wants. Just needs slight readjustment. All about readjustment, of course. Any techniques that are thrown in there, body's not automatically in the right place. A little bit of blood, I think, from the nose.
Might have to take a little bit
that
of
was the Wazari there.
break
Nice
from
little
that
low
one, yeah.
uchi. Look at that. Just sneaks it.
Neat, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Very neat. Great change of direction as well.
What's nice about this is he hasn't got that big sweep, has he? Look, he just hooks in there. He
And
knows
drives.
exactly what he's going to do.
But look at the back
Yeah.
leg. See, the back
Yeah.
leg, yeah, is what it's
He's
all about.
ready for him,
yeah,
isn't he?
Yeah, you just drive off that back leg.
He's really ready for him. He knows that he's going to take that step forward. There's the step forward that he wants. And then Kitadai's ready for him. It's amazing. All this planning in his head there. He's just waiting for him.
Just saying, though, he started this match in a completely different mode. Different pace, different everything. Just like lightning when he disappears underneath there. Well, Kitadai is just below us here from the commentary position, and I can see that having a real problem to stop the nosebleed, and they'll have to stop it. Well, hopefully they've stopped it this first time. If he goes off a second time, he'll come in dressed like a mummy, because he'll have his head all bandaged
block it up. Yeah.
Still 3 minutes to go here, and I don't think it's going to go time, personally. Prediction.
Yeah, it's funny because Kitadai was slightly unimpressive
In his previous round.
in his opening contest.
There's another Yuko with the C8.
Yang gave him a bit of a contest, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He fought him really well. He was off the pace, but he certainly started this totally different. And this Seoinage has been dangerous all the time here. Tilolov doesn't know what to do with it, and he's going to go over for a second Wazari in a minute. Still 2 minutes to go. A lot of mates in this contest. Watch for the Seoinage of Kitadai, because Kitadai decides to change it to the left. But he's been underneath him all the way through the contest so far. Much better performance this time from the Brazilian.
Yeah, like you said, there was something about his demeanour as he came into the contest that said, I'm up for business here.
Yeah,
I'm ready
totally
for this.
different. Well, now Tilolov has had to go off with a nosebleed, so they're just swapping over.
A bit of a punch up here, isn't it?
It does say something, doesn't it?
Just when I said that we were going to be able to wrap this up and have lunch early. There's Kosei Inoue in the background, and sitting on the very last seat, and he just left one seat next to him.
I don't think anybody's sitting there,
No,
personally.
they come and sit on the other side, but that one is just for him to lean on. He needs some extra room, so don't go and sit there, whatever you do, and upset him. He's been up there on his own, apart from one or two fighters who go up there all morning, just watching. He makes his little notes and having a good look.
Be nice to be able to work with a squad like that, though, wouldn't it?
Leave him to it.
With that amount of depth.
You know, he probably feels two things. One, I've done as much as I can do today. You know, you go out there and do what you have to do, and I'll come back and let you know what it is that I've been thinking of, and you know what I feel after I see how you perform. There's Tilonov receiving attention, and he used to avoid showing that, but for some reason our cameraman have decided to focus on it. Okay.
If he goes up any more, he might just catch you and I. We might be on.
Ivano Babiuk is the referee who went off to make sure that everything was in order with the treatment. Narrowly missed out on being selected for one of the referees to go to Rio, although she had refereed in London. One of our best referees.
They have a difficult job, don't they? It is a difficult job. I mean, they're having to interpret the new rules, and big seminar in January, of course, just to go over the new changes.
And another top referee, who just happens to be a woman as well, is another referee taking control of this one. Oops, we've got more problems. Yeah, another bump.
Well, watch out for him.
Yeah.
He's going to come back all bandaged up, I suspect, this time.
Is it the same one?
Well,
I
if
think
they
it is,
can't
yeah.
stop the blood, then there's problems.
I'll give him time to tidy up the little drips that have dropped on the mat. I know it sounds bad, but it's only a little bump, isn't it? Well, Shima Yuma picked up 3 penalties. Chae In-hyuk just the one on mat 2. Problems for Oshima. He tumbles out there. Mikhail Pulyaev is coming up next. He faces Javier Delgado of Spain, but we want to see Shvidabadze and Chen. They're supposed to be up after Kitadai and Tilonov. They're struggling to get through this, and Dovdan Altansuk is going to win his contest down on mat number 3 narrowly. He just squeezes past his opponent there, Spanish fighter. It's okay, it gives us a chance to focus in on Inoue, who's doing his notes. We were talking about Inoue, and he's still busy there.
Well, I'm interested in the under 66 kilos. Of course,
All
they
right
got
then.
Takadjo. Takadjo at the top end as well, just about to come out against Katz.
Right, so it's Pulyaev or Takadjo. If you want to see Takadjo, you better get up there quickly. That's not being disparaging to Nathan at all. But okay, let's do that. Let's
Yeah.
go down to mat number 3.
We're on it now.
We'll go to mat number 3 and have a look at Takadjo Tomohumi of Japan. He faces Nathan Katz of Australia. It's Takadjo in the white judogi, Katz in blue. Takadjo was nicknamed Takadjo 1-2-3. No, 3-2-1. Takadjo 3-2-1. 3-2-1 because he defeated on his way to the gold medal one year here the number 3 seed, the number 2 seed, and the number 1. All in that order. Takadjo 3-2-1.
Fantastic. Now there. And
And
he's
all that was
well
missing was Dusty Bin.
well in control of this here now. Look at that turnover there. Yeah, I like that. Well, Katz of Australia here, he was in trouble straight away with the Sodi Surikomigoshi and just turned into the hole down there. That was a beautiful turnover from Takadjo and in complete control here. Katz, an early exit, and he'll be very disappointed with that. I saw some of his Facebook stats, and he was just saying how well he felt and coming into this competition. But he didn't have the easiest to draw there, did he, with Takadjo?
No, you know, you may squeeze one out. You may get lucky if you get a bye, and then you get a lucky one. But to be honest, sooner or later, at a tournament like this, you are going to get caught.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see the Sodi first, but I want to have a look at the hold down, because it was a beautiful turnover and very, very basic, fundamental, but so well done.
They may be able to let us have a look at that. I don't know.
Well, they have been pretty good with the replays.
Well, we've got no other choice, because there's still the medical breakdown on mat number 1. There's a medical break now on mat number 2 with Mikhail Pulyaev and Javier Delgado. So we've got no choice but to look, and we would have anyway. We'd have come to look at the Olympic champion, Fabio Basile of Italy. What a thing to say. Fabio Basile, Olympic champion. And he faces Isoda Norihito of Japan. It's Isoda in the white judogi, Norihito in blue. No, that's wrong. Let's do that again. It's Basile in the white judogi, Isoda in blue. He can't be in 2 judogis at once.
No. It would be strange if he was, wouldn't it? So interesting to see how the Olympic champion now, and well, he does look very cool, calm and collected here. Isoda I haven't seen before, I have to say.
Look at Basile's back patch. He must be so proud. The first one we've seen today, the only one we're going to see today. Gold back patch.
Well, he does go into defensive mode as well, Basile. He just has a good defence, and he has his backside an inch off the ground if he needs to have. You know, he doesn't. But then he throws. He produces. And like you say, wearing his gold back patch there, only the Olympic champions can wear that. Red if it's a world champion.
Yeah, you have that for the length of time that you hold the title. So if you're a world champion, then you have the red back patch for a year. And the gold one you get for the 4 years. You get used to that, I suppose.
Yeah,
he's going to rip it off now.
No, he's only the bottom half. It's only the bottom
all
half.
right.
The gold bit stays on.
Stays on, yeah. You're not taking that off. Sławomir Kominacki, the Polish referee, scared me for a moment. He made a motion to take.
Sure, I saw something.
It was just the
flapping
advertising. It was just the advertising. Pulyaev has won his contest on mat number 2, by the way.
First contest after the Olympic Games. All the way through the Olympic Games, Ippon's virtually all the way. I think there was only one match he didn't get Ippon with, and that wasn't the final. Of course, final was all over, but here he is, been taken to task here by Isoda of Japan. And don't forget that Isoda here will be one of the squad people. He's not one of the main seats.
That's right. Man's coming up on mat number 2 now, Abe. He faces the Korean Kim Lim Hwan. We might get a look at that after we've had a look at Basile and Isoda.
Yeah, for me it's Abe, but we'll see how he performs.
Kitadai has won his contest. That was a long-running battle with Tilolov, who'd, as Neil said, had to be mummified before.
Was he?
He
I missed that. He was as well.
Yeah. Wrapped him all up.
Looking for the Uchimata there, Isoda, just trying to set Basile up. Well, of course, he's the man now that everybody's going to be aiming at, certainly in 66 kilograms. So how you cope with the pressure. It's whether you can do it again and again. But nobody can take that Olympic Games away from him. Olympic champion in style. But such is his confidence that he's here, isn't it? It is. It is.
He's even got a stylish judogi, hasn't he? It's an unusual, unusual brand. It's sort of one of those sports or leisure wear.
He kicked off his Gucci flip-flops.
What a boy.
Well, Soda, I have to say, is doing very well here and doesn't look phased, does he?
2 minutes left to go. Interesting little tussle between this pair. Zile has tried the Yoko Sutemi waza on a couple of occasions, but hasn't come up with anything yet. Can't really say that Soda has come up with anything to write home about.
No, I think at first it was about surviving and just really feeling the danger from the Olympic champion.
He's done that now. Let's see if he can come up with something. Zile's got to get out of here because that jacket up and over your head is a really uncomfortable position to be in.
He's going to get penalised here, isn't he, Basile? He's the one under pressure. Shido going to come his way, I think.
I tell you what, when you get that gold back patch, you get all sorts of leeway, don't you?
Well, I'll be surprised if he doesn't get this Shido, like you say. It's not right.
Been called for a drop. He could have been. Yeah, he does get called for a drop now. Oop, there we go. Minute 20 odd. Now we're going to see whether he can pull it out of the bag, because almost gets caught with Ashi, wasn't it? Just as the second that he opened up, Isoda felt it. All right, here we go. I can attack him.
Well,
now.
like we've said here, such is their depth. I mean, it was me that wanted to see Abe Hifumi against Basile, and if we're not careful here, it's not going to happen.
Going to have to dig deep here.
Yeah, don't write him off, though. Not yet. 1 minute still to go. But he's never looked in any danger of throwing him, has he? He's just been under pressure all the time here.
Yeah.
Saying earlier that you don't know how much they've done since the Olympic Games. Certainly they will have had a rest. Bit of partying, I'm sure. And he's going to lose this here. 30 seconds to go. Wow, it's out. That leg came out. And Basile, the Olympic champion, is being held here.
Look at that, look at the hold.
Yeah.
See the hands.
Oh, yeah, he's got the belt.
Yeah.
It was beautiful, that. And, wow, beautifully done. I've got to say, Soda has beaten the Olympic champion by Ippon. And he always looked threatening. Well, we can tell you now that Abe Hifumi is winning by a Wazari in round 2 on mat 2 against Kim.
There's a minute left in that one. And there's a little under 2 minutes left in the contest between Shridabadze and Chen. And Shridabadze has picked up a single Shido, so trails in that one. It's up to you, Neil. Where do you want to go? Do you want to see Abe?
Let's just have a little look at Abe.
Let's go to mat 2 then. Because Abe Hifumi of Japan leads by Wazari with a little under a minute left to go. It's Abe in the white judogi, Kim in blue.
Well, he absolutely destroyed Ebenuma in the Japanese trials before the Olympic Games. Look at that. Yeah. And that's exactly the technique he did it. So he just came in at the right time here. Big Sodi Surikomigoshi there from Abe. And that's what he took Ebenuma out. And they still sent Ebenuma to the Olympic Games. Would like to have seen this young man going. But anyway, he's my pick for the next 4 years. So watch out for him. Saying that, he's now in the quarterfinals in this this Tokyo Grand Slam. Well, that was quick. We just came over at the right time there, didn't we?
Just in time. What have we got coming up after this? Kondo and Tanaki Funa. But there's Shvidabadze and Chen down on mat number 1. I think we should go down there because they are now both tied up at a Shido apiece with a little under a minute left to go. So let's go to mat number 1. A quarter-final between Robert Shvidabadze of Russia in the white judogi and Chen Yen-lun of Chinese Taipei in blue. 40-odd seconds left to go. It's a Shido apiece. There's Neil.
Well, anybody's match, this. Shvidabadze. Oh, look at that. As she was. And he gets the Yuko. That's what he wanted.
That's what Fabio Basile wanted when times got
He
tough,
did.
you know, to dig one out when you really needed it. Didn't happen, but it has for Shvidabadze.
Yeah, well, Shen has got some nice technique, Shen. He's always dangerous there, but that was a good technique under pressure from the Russian. I don't think he's finished yet, Shvidabadze. And there it is. So this time, hips right the way across, small smile. He goes into the semi-final. So creates the space, then drops right the way underneath there. Beautiful Seanagi. Very, very low. Dominates the sleeve. Look at the rotation. Rotates him cleanly onto his back. I said he wasn't finished, and he wasn't. Look at the space there in order to rotate right the way through. Interesting little confrontation just going on there now with Kondo, Ami and Tanaki Funa on mat 2. This is a quarter-final, and the final, this is to decide, I think, a little decider between these two. Future selections as well. She was junior world champion, then world champion, Olympic medalist Kondo. But it all happened, didn't it? Very young for her.
Yeah, and it was like she needed to take a breath, you know, to soak it all up.
Well, I mean, she was current junior world champion, and then she wins the senior worlds as well, same year. I think she won the Japan tournament as well, didn't she? I think she did. It all happened. Tries the Ashiguruma. Left against right. Kondo right-handed, predominantly right-handed. Tanaki left.
We finished all the judo for the first session on mat number 1, so just that's 2 and 3 now to concentrate on. And we've got quarterfinals on mat 2. Round 2 still underway on mat 3. Let's have a look at what happens in this grouping, because we've got Kondo and Tanaki here. We've got Shime and Ha-Ju Hee of the Republic of Korea in the under 52 kilo category coming up. Then Abe Uta and Kwon A-Rim. Tatsukakawa Rina of Japan faces Yobek Kelidorova of Uzbekistan. That's in a while, so we'll wait for that one. Gal Badrak and Endo Hiromi in the under 48 kilo category. That's the contest coming up on mat number 2. shortly. That should be good. And then Jeongbo Kyung, the silver medalist from Rio, will face Milica Nikolic, the fast improving young Serb, coming up.
Still plenty to happen. Still plenty to come. Well, this is a real battle, isn't it, between these two? 1 minute to go, and Kondo trying to come back off this. Tanaki piling the pressure on. She's in again, Tanaki. Oh. Well, Tanaki was the one that came across there. Kondo starting to panic a little bit. One more Shido against either one of them, and it could be very, very costly. Oh, almost countered. Well, for me, Tanaki, the one just climbing on top of this. Gonna have to up the pace here, Kondo. Just behind.
Oh, nice little effort.
Yeah, she is. She's piling the pressure on. I mean, it's going to go into golden score. One more penalty would decide it, but we don't want to see penalties. Of course, we want to see positive, and we want to see technique. So any score now will decide the match. Now Kondo starting at a different pace. Oh, it's all over! What a change of direction that was! Wowee! Well, Tanaki just did big change of direction there, and Kondo, talk about a mistake. Straight the way over there for the Ippon. Surprise?
Yeah, little demon.
Wow.
We've still got to see Endo Hiromi as well. We're not finishing that 48 kilo category yet for the Japanese.
Well, that was a massive surprise, wasn't it? What a beautiful change of direction. Are we going to see that
Well, she's
back?
been threatening that on a couple of
Yeah,
occasions.
she had. She'd threatened it. Here we go. Look at this switch.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Tanio Tosh, is it? Yep,
Yeah,
Tanio
yeah,
Tosh,
yeah.
you could say. Wazari scored, but the Wazari was enough.
I think the intention here is clearly that. You know, maybe the final execution and the way that it looks doesn't matter. I think what her intention was is Taneo Toshi. So you called it right there. Look, the whole shape there. You know, she doesn't get the hand at the back or the classic both feet around the back and everything. But everything there's no sweep with that left foot. It's just planted and taken over that leg.
Wow, what
So
a
yeah,
surprise!
I'll go with Taneo Toshi for that, Neil. Nice one. Right. 52 kilos now, quarterfinal. Shishimi Ai, Ha Ju Hee. It's the Japanese in the white judogi. They're just making their way to the mat now. And the South Korean in blue.
So we're just going up to the semi-final positions.
Yeah, we're going to go down to mat number 3. And the reason for that is we've got Otgansete Galbadrak of Kazakhstan coming on now. She faces Endo Hiromi, and I've been talking about Endo for a while. I wonder if she's going to be able to step up there. This is a big ask here.
Well, it is a big ask because she has the lady on form, hasn't she? Galbadrak, of course, worked her way up. I think world rank number 3 now or 2. I'm not quite sure which one it is, but she is certainly one of the main competitors for the next World Championships. And she's been out there, hasn't she? She's done every tournament almost.
She's now the world number 1.
There we go.
Right, okay. Pop that behind here. Endo leads by Yuko already. Sorry, Galbadrak leads by Yuko.
Well, she's got such variation of technique, hasn't she, Galbadrak? Got Newaza as well. But she's a fighter, I think so traditional of the Mongolian fighters, and I'm saying that even though she is representing Kazakhstan, of course, but of course all her training is from Mongolia.
And a former teammate is the number 2 seed here. Not a bad little effort from Endo.
A nice little Kouchi from Endo.
We'll see her in a couple of fights' time. Munkbat Orantsetse. That might be a mat to stick on for a while then. Jongbo Kyong, the Olympic silver medalist, is up next. Then Munkbat Orantsetse. And then in the under 57 kilo category, Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan will face Martin Malloy of the United States of America. She's lucky to avoid getting scored on again there.
Well, it was almost the same kind of score, wasn't it, that Tanio Tosh? Well, it was never going to be pretty, I don't think. I think it was going to be a real fight for Galbadrak. Just grind her way through this one. She doesn't mind doing that, though, does she? She doesn't always...
Yeah, worker.
Yeah, she's a worker. She just plods away. They're looking for the Sangaku. No opportunity, really. No danger.
Mark Pickering will be pleased, the IGF media manager. He picked out Nagayama Ryuju this morning as his pick for the day in the under 60 kilo category, and Nagayama will face Dashtavar Amatufshin in a quarter-final matchup shortly. Mr. Pickering must be feeling rather pleased with himself at the moment.
So one penalty up there for Galbadrak. I'll just rest on that. She's a minute 28 still to go here. And Endo starting to pile the pressure on. Second penalty up for Galbadrak. On the retreat. Gonna have to be careful here. If she picks up another penalty, she could be in danger for the Hon Sokomaki.
Yeah, I don't think Endo's troubling her that much. He's just making, their unforced errors. Got the Yuko. Picked up a couple of penalties. Less than a minute to go. Shishimi has just defeated her.
Yeah, some brilliant judo happening all over in all of the weight categories here. Some terrific technique. Nice to see some traditional judo as well being performed. So coming up to the last 30 seconds in this match here. She's just going to grind it out, Galbadrak. Third penalty just about to happen, I think, for Galbadrak here. 24 seconds to go.
Ooh. A little bit slow to her feet there. That just looks stiff.
She doesn't want the penalty. She gets away with it, and I don't know how, actually. She's definitely defending all the way here now, Galbadrak.
Endo hasn't been able to launch anything threatening, big throwing technique, Oh, yeah, gets caught
Now then,
there.
that was, whose was that?
All right, Galbadrak for a counter there, if they're going to give anything.
Well, I don't think they're going to give anything, are they? Well, I had Galbadrak actually...
Went down.
Yeah, she did.
And they decided no score. Endo not able to come up with a score. Single Yuko it is for Galbadrak. That proves enough to take her into the semi-final. We'll see Endo again, but it will be in the repechage contest. There's that last action.
It was a close one, wasn't
it
it?
was,
That's
yeah.
very, very close to the...
See, if you think blue scores here, I don't. And then if you think, is there a score for white?
Yeah, but this is, again, another point of discussion as to whether to give it to the one that initiates the technique.
Yeah.
But then what? You're going to penalise the person that counters it.
I mean, definitely, if there's a counter, you give a counter. I don't care who starts it. If it's a counter, you
It's
give
a
it.
counter, yeah.
It's a counter. But with that one, I think they got it right. Oh, that's my goodness. What a thumping that was from Abe.
Well,
She threw her twice. Once for Wazari and once for Rippon. Right, we're watching the contest actually between.
a nice way to end the year with some incredible judo. We had the Olympic Games, of course, in the middle, and to end it like this, just perfect going into 2017. There's the Sodesura Komigoshi from Zhong. Nikolic defending. Well, Nikolic here is the one that's breaking grips off. So the difference between positive and negative gripping here, you can see it clearly. Nikolic is the one that is being penalised. Good decision from the referee. Yeah, I was going to say, it's got to go both ways, that. They're both fending each other's grips off. Just defending and protecting herself, that's the reason why. Left-handed this time from Zhong. Well, it's got to be Nikolic that starts to take the initiative here. Another attack from Zhong. Well, that was a good one. So Nikolic tries the Sodi on the right. Into the last minute here, looking for the Jujigatami here, Zhong. Needs to go into the elbow, though. Needs to go into the arm.
Nikolic is proving awkward, and although she hasn't been thrown, she hasn't looked as though she can throw Jiang.
No, it's been from a negative perspective, and that's what I was kind of looking at earlier. It really is just to stop Zhang getting two hands on, because every time she does, she looks as if she's going to throw her. That's got to be a penalty, surely. Just drop there, no rotation. Little bit of a lackluster contest there, and Zhang just coming ahead. Just that one Shido in the end decided it. That puts her into the semi-final.
Well, we've got another quarter-final coming up now. Whilst we're waiting for Dashtova and Nagayama to take to mat number 2, we'll stick here to see Munkbat Urantsetseg and Kang Yu Jeong. It's Munkbat of Mongolia in the white judogi. She's up against Kang Yu Jeong of the Republic of Korea in blue. That's coming up next. So keep an eye on what's happening with Tatsukawa Rina and Kelly Diyorova of Uzbekistan, because as soon as that contest is finished, we're going to see Dashtova Amatuvshin and Nagayama Ryuju. Right, Munkbat in the white judogi, Kang in blue, and it's who's in the middle there? Our Polish referee, Sławomir Koinawski. There's a look at Munkbat.
Well, with Galbadrak and Munkbat, it's been a bit of a battle royal, hasn't it, between the two of them? But I have to say, Galbadrak coming off the best.
Could be going head to head again.
Yeah, just might happen, mightn't it? Well, I tell you what surprised me the last time I saw her, Munkbat, because her newaza has always been supreme.
Yeah.
And so she hasn't quite had the follow-through, and it hasn't been as smooth. A little bit like in Tachiwaza, you're just a bit off with your timing, and she seems to be the same. But saying that, she seems to be in there for the Jujigatami, and is she going to take the arm out? Yes, she does. Yeah. Well controlled there. So a nice bit of newaza from Munkbat. So she must have heard me and just went, well, get hold of this then. You see this. What do you think about this then?
Right, well, Dashtova Amatuvshin and Nagayama Ryuju are due to come to the mat, but coming ahead of them, actually, now is Yoshida Tsukasa and Marty Malloy. I don't know what you want to watch, Mr. Adams?
Let's go for Yoshida and Marty Malloy.
Okay, we'll stay here then. We'll have a little look. We can always keep an eye and see what's happening on mat number 2. The other thing is, if you're at home and you want to watch something else, you can just click on mat number 2 and go over there to have a look at that. There is Yoshida, short and compact for this weight, and there's Marty Malloy, always focused.
Always focused, and I've known Marty Malloy since she was just a young girl, and she was on training camps that I was teaching at, and always very focused, always determined, and then all of a sudden broke into the big time, and has had an amazing run through. Olympic medalist, of course.
We're just going to jump. Sorry, just going to jump quickly to mat number 2 to have a look at the ippon that was just dished out by Nagayama Ryuju on Dashtova Amatuvshin. Surely they're going to show that.
Well, let's hope they do show it.
Well, they got it on the big screen there.
A little bit of controversy there in the middle. Oh, it's been waved off. Wazari given.
Only Wazari, they said.
Well, it was rolling, so it was beautiful, wasn't it? It was the reverse Sioi.
Yeah, I think they might be right there. There wasn't enough of the back, was there? Look.
No, well, the thing is, you've got to land on the points of your shoulders for an ippon.
And he doesn't.
Good decision.
Yeah, well done.
Absolutely.
Right, now the commission took over that one.
Yeah. Good decision. So Martin Malloy, 3 minutes still left of this contest here. She knows exactly what she's got to contend with here with Yoshida. Left-handed fighter. Got to take that sleeve down there of Yoshida. Well, some tight matches. Just looking, Mike Swain in the coach's chair for Martin Malloy, very dear friend of mine.
He gets around, doesn't he?
He had some magic moments, Mike. Well, this is anybody's, really. Now, neither one of them done anything to warrant danger for the ippon, that is. Martin Malloy just gone with the Ashiwaza. Needs to get out of there, that's for sure. Doesn't want to stay down there. Quick look up at the clock. That foot might just come out there, so this is the danger. Trying to keep hold of the foot there, and she'll take the foot back in between the legs here, but she's not going to give up on that, Yoshida. Yoshida will readjust it again. She'll go back up again to get the leg out, and there it is. It's the Osaikomi. Well, the seconds, they haven't counted the seconds up yet. The seconds are not ticking up. They obviously are on the board, but not on our board. But it's going to be...
Yeah, it's going up there, yeah.
Well, that was a shame, because it was all evens, that was, and she really needed to stay clear of the newaza, Martin Malloy. But great bit of newaza there from Yoshida. And that takes her through to the semi-final. Well, I got to say that 95, if not more, % of the time when they get that leg trapped, they take it out. They do. Readjustment of balance, and then they just climb it. And it seems to be a move that all this women's team, the Japanese women's team, train.
We've got An Bao of the Republic of Korea coming up now against Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan. It's An in the white judogi, Hashiguchi in blue.
Well, An Bao was the one that was beaten in the final of the Olympic Games, Olympic silver medalist, and the current world champion. So it will be interesting, and Taguchi there just has a little pray before he comes on. Surprisingly beaten by ippon in the final of that Olympic Games, of course, by Basile. But he won't be fighting Basile today. Basile is already out. The left against right. Predominantly left-handed, An. Well, what do we know about Hashiguchi?
I shall have a look. I'll look him up.
Again, going off the sleeve. But again, Hashiguchi, I suspect, is one of the squad people from the plethora of choice that they have in the under 66 kilograms. Well, and under 60 kilograms as well, all the way through actually.
He's 22 years old. Is Hashiguchi.
I'm just having a little look over there. World Junior Champion.
And well, he's been to 2 Junior World Championships. He's won one and picked up a bronze at another.
Well, of course, the stance from the Japanese is just incredible, just very upright. Of course, if they do get thrown, they get thrown, but so upright. And Bowl having real problems here, just trying to break through the defence and the defensive posture. Hashiguchi, a little tweak of his elbow there.
He picked up a bronze medal way back in 2010 at the Junior World Championships in Agadir. He's struggling with that elbow.
With the elbow, yeah.
Yeah, didn't want to take a grip there, did he?
Well, that's red rag to a bull for Ann Bowl as well, because he's
Straight
really
on it,
going to be right there now.
Yeah, as I was saying, he picked up a bronze medal in Agadir. That was way back in 2010 at the Junior World Championships, and then the next time we saw him was 3 years later at the Junior World Championships. Again, this time in Ljubljana, where he won it. He beat his teammate Tateyama Sho in that final. I wonder what they're looking at here. I think
Well, I'm not sure.
Anbal may have been a bit tidy with that last effort, you know.
What, touching the legs?
No, I mean, you know, the wacky guitar. I mean, that's what I thought.
My goodness
Yeah,
me.
I thought so. Well, we may get a replay of that one.
Well, he's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Well, he did it the first time, I think, and that's how he hurt the arm.
It's not the best view of this. How does he do this? Let's have a look. Ah, yeah, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, quite rightly so,
Yeah,
too.
whack. That's naughty boy. That's the second time I've seen that, and the last time I saw it was Sol Kyung, when she attempted to throw Natalie Powell with a similar technique. A very untidy effort, I'm afraid. I don't think either of them were deliberately aimed at hurting the elbow. I think both of them were poor attempts. You know, it's not clever.
Well, anything where you turn against the elbow, you're gonna be in trouble, aren't you? So Dovdon then of Mongolia against Takajo of Japan here. Takajo on good form.
Yes, a direct hand sokumake for Anbal. That's going to put him out of competition as well. So irrespective of where he falls into repechage, what he's out.
No chance of it. No chance of coming back now. Well, we've got another quarter-final going on mat 2 at the moment. Takato against Choi of Korea. No score there at the moment.
The problem for Hashiguchi is that with an injury like that, he may not be able to come back. He was already suffering. So we're going to lose Anbal. We'll probably lose Hashiguchi in that semi-final, which will be between the winner of this contest. Dovdan Altansuk and Takajo Tomahumi, so could lose 2 fighters out of that one action.
It is. It's amazing how things can change, and they just change so quickly. A little penalty there to Dovdan, just too stiff with the arm and the defensive posture.
Mark Pickering continues to smile like a Cheshire cat because his boy Nagayama Ryuju has overcome Dashtava and Matufshin, so Nagayama into the semi-final of the under 60 kilo category.
Must have been somebody that he'd seen.
Yeah, well, junior world champion, so he's put his money on a youngster. Mark Pickering does make exceedingly good picks.
I thought you were going to say exceedingly good cakes then.
I knew you would think. Only you can get that one.
Yes. Oh, look at that. That's going to be a score. Wow. Well,
he's hurt himself in the process.
I think he got dead-legged on the way over there. Well, that was real control with the hands there. It'd be interesting to see how he controls that. I didn't think he quite landed on his back there, Dovdan, but anyway, he gets the score.
Nakajo's limping off here. Yeah, see, and now I'm not going to blame the referee here because look where he is. He's on that side. So as far as he's concerned, all that he sees,
complete control with the hands, isn't it?
And he can't see the back. So as far as he's concerned, he gives him the benefit of the doubt that because where his body is, that he's on the back. So I'm not surprised that he gave Ippon for that, but they've changed it now, and it's Wazari.
Is that right? They did change it.
See, we're okay. We're in this great position of seeing the replay over and over again. Whereas,
well, it is, again, like I say, possible changes. Yeah. But it will be about what is an Ippon, what is a Wazari, and what is a Yuko.
Between us, like you said, that's Wazari. He's not flat on his back. And poor old Takajo's having to walk off that dead leg now.
It's nothing worse, is it, when you get a dead leg? There's nothing worse.
It's a little over 2 minutes left to go, and he's struggling. Look. He's gone in there again, and he couldn't move.
Well, if it was a football match, now the old coach would be running on with that magic sponge, wouldn't he? Still looking for the big one, though, and Takajo, I'm sure he'd be very pleased to hear this, but he will have still 2 big matches to go after this with that dead leg.
Big hello to Richard Britton, who's just sent us a message saying that he too picked Nagayama. Oh yeah, I bet he did. He's in the semi-final, isn't he?
Yeah, I picked Ono for the Olympic Games as well. No, we believe you. We do, honestly, we do.
Especially seeing as you tweeted it earlier on. But it's nice to have you along, despite the fact that it must be very early in the morning.
Hey, yeah, it is as well.
Very early in the morning there, yeah.
So Takajo was Ari up, and it was a big Wazari as well, I have to say.
He's still limping, look.
Oh no, it's definitely, and I would have thought the knee made contact there to create the dead leg. Dovdan says, oh, I'm not having any of this, I'm going forward still. Still a minute to go in this contest.
Meanwhile, on the adjoining mat, Takato Nawahisa just shaded out Choi Eun-hyuk of Republic of Korea. 2 penalties picked up by the Korean puts Nakato into the semi-final of the under 60 kilo category. We'll give you a roundup of all of that, all the semi-finals and repechage matches in a minute.
Look at that, Dovdon looking for that Kosoto, that climbing Kosoto that the Mongolians do, and they do it so well. 30 seconds left, and he goes forwards.
The next quarterfinal for women under 66 kilograms, round 2. Who is opening in blue for Japan, Ale Izumi. And in white for Russia, the men's world silver medalist, Mikhail Mugayev.
Well, we're going to be wrapping this up soon. I hope I've got my sheets up to date, because at some stage I'm going to have to tell you who's fighting who. So let me just make sure that I've got that done up well. It is Takajo who limps through.
He did as well, didn't he?
He was struggling for about 2.5 minutes, you know.
Yeah.
He really did well there. Right, let's go to map number 1, because Mikhail Pulyaev of Russia is going to face Abe Hihumi. Another pick that Neil made this morning, and here he is.
Not just this morning.
Oh, absolutely, a long time ago.
I
Yeah.
had him down, definitely.
He was the one that Neil rather fancied, could have had.
For the Olympic title.
Yeah. For the Olympic title. Instead, they gave it to Ebin Uma. He didn't come up empty-handed. He just didn't come up with the big one.
Well, I think he's going to cause Pulayev all sorts of problems here. And this will be a really good test because obviously Pulayev, double world silver medalist. And he's a big thrower as well, isn't he, Pulayev?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything holding him back. You know, he's not that kind of fighter.
So it'll be interesting to see if he goes left and right here, Abe. And he's actually my choice for selection for the World Championships as well. I'm just having a little look over my shoulder here.
Your man's there, just have a word with him.
Yeah, I'll have a little word with Kosei Inui there.
Tell him what you think.
I'll say if we're going to select a team, let's select one that's going to win.
I love that, if we're going to select a team. I love that.
Between us. Well, Pulayev just feeling the danger there. We talk about feeling the danger because you can look at somebody and you can think, well, they've got good technique and they're dangerous when they hold the sleeve or that lapel. But actually, when they're holding you, you feel the danger. You can feel that you're just being stretched out and set up, ready to go. Yeah, I thought we might see Abe out 3 tournaments after the Olympic Games, but they've decided just to save him for the big one. So this is about pace now. Pulayev doing everything right. Wants to drop down for his left. Tsuyotoshi Pulayev. That's what he's setting him up for. He can't quite get the angle for it. So the first penalty goes up to Pulayev for just dropping there. Well, Pulayev hasn't done anything really to warrant any kind of possible score. And I think that Abe is just looking now. Abe straight up. Well, that's what he was looking for, Abe. But he can switch to the left and right as well. But certainly for me, Abe just on top of this match. 1 minute 38 still to go. Still think we're going to see a score here. Not finished yet. One opportunity, that's what he needs, Abe. Oh, and he switched it there. That was the opportunity. Pelayev went for it, went for the Kosoto, and Abe just turned it with the Ouchi.
Well, you said we were going to see a score, and
there it was.
So said, so done. This is not recorded.
No, see. The viewers at home, they'll think it's all a fix. Well, now Pelayev has to come forwards. He's got a minute to put this right. Well, I still don't think it's over yet. I think he's got to switch to the other side yet, Abe. There's the right-handed Seo, and putting Pelayev in all sorts of problems here. All sorts of trouble. Just dominated this all the way through. Kosoto there from Pelayev. And a nice switch of direction from Abe. 19 seconds left. Got into defensive mode now. Just gets a penalty for it, of course. Hasn't gone to the left yet, Abe. So he's in the semi-final, and a very conclusive win there against Pelayev. Pelayev didn't get near him.
Yeah, he made it difficult in the end, didn't he? Now, we are going to take, after this, oh, that was earlier on. The scoreboard is from the other side, and here is Pulyaev. Yeah.
There's the Ouchi. It was beautiful, wasn't it? Nice Kosoto attempt there, Pelayev, and he just had it turned on him. Just a readjustment of the back leg there. Drove off the back leg. Beautifully controlled there by Abe.
Now, we're going to take a short break. It's only going to be 15 minutes, but we'll be back with you in 15 minutes. And this is the lineup for the semi-finals. I'll just go through the semi-final lineup. Nagayama Ryuju of Japan, that was Mark Pickering's pick this morning, of Japan will face Felipe Kitadai of Brazil, and it'll be Takato Naohisa of Japan to face Robert Shvirabadze of Russia, and that second semi-final in the under 60 kilo category. In the under 66 kilo category, it'll be Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan. He will face his teammate Takajo Tomohumi, the All Japan semi-final there. And then we've got another All Japan semi-final with Isoda Norihito of Japan to face Abe Hifumi. We've just seen Abe there.
What
that
depth,
was
that's
picked there. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, there've been a few times when the Japanese have done, the full four, when they've taken all four, and it could happen here. Right, let's take a look then at the under 48 kilo category. Otgonsetse Galbadrak of Mongolia will face Jongbo Kyong of the Republic of Korea in the first of the semi-finals. Then it will be Munkbat Uransetsek of Mongolia to face Tonaki Funo. Did I say
You did.
Mongolia?
You
Oh,
did.
let's go back there and make sure we do that. Otgonsetse Galbadrak of Kazakhstan. My apologies for that one. Right, the under 52 kilo category, it will be Shishime Ai, my pick, against Tsunoda Natsumi of Japan, an all-Japan semi-final. Then we've got a second one down at the bottom. It's another Abe Uta to face Tatsuka Rina of Japan. So the Japanese having a field day of it here, and they're not done yet, because in the under 57 kilo category, Dorjsuren Sumia of Mongolia will face Yoshida Tsukasa, and then it'll be Tamaoki Momo of Japan to face Udaka Nae, also of Japan. 15 minutes, we'll see you then.
See you then.
Bye-bye.
spectators will continue in a few minutes.
まもなくセミファイナル並びに敗者復活戦を開始いたします。
Well, we're back on, Mr. Adams.
Yeah,
I think we're going to go to mat one, number one, though.
Yeah, with that.
Because it's a semi-final there. Odgonsetsi Galbadrak faces Jongbo Kyung of the Republic of Korea. It's Galbadrak in the white judogi. I mistakenly referred to her as coming from Mongolia. Well, she does, but she's representing Kazakhstan. So it's the Kazakh in the white judogi, Galbadrak, and Jeong, the
well, they've had
South
a couple
Korean
of battle
bloke.
royals, these two, in the past.
I know what you're looking forward to seeing. Another head-to-head with Munkbat.
Well, you know, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because, I mean, obviously she went over to Kazakhstan. She didn't think she was going to get selected for the Olympics. And she wasn't going to because, of course, Munkbat was the current Olympic world champion. And now look, she's within 1 year, she is now the world number one.
Yeah, and got an Olympic medal in the bargain. She really did the business though. Once she made that move, she had to start from zero.
Yeah.
Zero. She took no points with her. All credit to Mongolia having said, "You want to go? Okay. We're not going to delay you. We're not going to hold anything back. We're not going to pick you, so we're not going to hold you back." I think that was a good move. And off she went, and
then of
up
course
she went.
their head-to-heads as well.
Yeah.
She came out the winner the last two times.
Yeah.
Galbadrak. But you got to work cut out here because Jeong, if she's not careful, will disappear underneath with the Sodi. She's got very, very quick Sodi Surakumi Gosh.
Well, Galbadrak has got to get past Jeong first. Munkbat has got to get past her semi-final opponent, Tanaki Funa of Japan. Tell you what, Japanese could get wiped out here. If they lose, if Munkbat defeats Tanaki, well, that'll be, and Galbadrak or Jeong, it doesn't really matter then who gets into the final. There won't be a Japanese in the final, and it will leave Munkbat or Galbadrak to sort them out in the
for the bronze medals.
For the bronze medals, they could get wiped out. For all of their power at the beginning.
Well, they've always dominated, haven't they?
Yeah,
At
exactly.
48 kilograms, always.
Oh, nice effort there.
Beautiful that was. Osodo there just snaked it across. Galbadrak will have to get on pace. 4-minute contest.
2 gone. What size is that studio up there? Not
Yeah,
right, is it?
We're missing out, aren't we? Well, so now Galbadrak on the back foot here. She's got to come forwards. She's got to start coming forwards towards Zhong, because Zhong here probably just ahead on attacks. You have to keep hold though. Well, this for a place in the final.
Galbadrak appears to me, when she does attack, to be a little bit braver. You know, Zhong's still a little bit, you know, cautious.
Yeah, a little bit pensive, isn't she?
Yeah, yeah.
I think at this stage, neither one of them wants to give anything away. I mean, this could be the final or the semi-final of the Worlds or the Olympic Games,
absolutely.
couldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good field in Tokyo. It wasn't a big one. I mean, we're accustomed to 32, sometimes 40 players in this weight category in certain years. We only had the 16, but it only needed 16. It was 16 good ones.
16 of the best.
Yeah. Galbadrak, Endo, Chiong, Nikolic, Morizaki, Munkbat, Kondo, Tanaki Funa. There was a few good ones in there.
Oh, Kondo, of course, getting beaten in her quarter-final.
Yeah,
Wow, didn't she get beaten?
lost out to her teammate.
There's the Sianagi.
And she's gone. Kondo's out. You know, lost before we got to the important rounds. So Tanaki Funa will face Munkbat or Ansetsig for that. Beg your pardon. No, Kondo's still there. Beg your pardon. I misread that.
Yeah,
they only had 16.
It was in the quarterfinals.
It's the quarterfinal.
Yes.
Yeah, they only had 16. The other rounds were bigger, both in the 52 and the 57. So my mistake. I'm making several today.
Well, Zhong almost caught her there. Galbadrak almost made a mistake. She came in for a technique, but it's gone into golden score. So now anything here will win this semi-final. They're both of them a little bit tentative.
See, even that little look on the left-hand side there was low. No chance of getting caught there. Little push, just stuck the leg out, you know.
Yeah, it was a Karen Briggs type Taya Toshi, wasn't it?
Low as you could go.
Well, she's in again, and that was Osoto this time. Osoto Otoshi.
It's one of those typical kind of Korean performances where they just con the referee into a few things, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, starting to climb on top of this, Zhong. If she's not careful here, Galbadrak, she's a couple of techniques or a couple of attacks off being shidoed here.
Really got to do it now.
Well, certainly if I was Zhong's coach, I'd be telling her to go forwards now. Galbadrak just wants to get on with it. Another one, Koichi there this time from Zhong.
She's got the timing right, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's just climbing on top of this. 2 attacks could decide this.
Every time Galbadrak looks as though she's setting up to attack, Zhong comes up with an attack, and now she finishes off with a score.
Yeah, it was a beautiful one. What a lovely as she was of that. She looked in command all the way through. And I thought that was well deserved there from Zhong. Galbadrak there just rolls onto her side, gives the Yuko away, but it was a good attack from Galbadrak, from Zhong, sorry, and Zhong Ashiwaza and puts her into the final.
Yeah, she did the job. It's nice the way that the Tokyo Grand Slam have prepared things, that they've put all the semi-finals on that too. We don't have to jump around.
No.
You know, I don't care who's going to be on that number 3. Good luck with that. Just click on number 3 if you want to watch any of the matches. But we're sticking here because these are all the semi-finals. So let's just watch all of them. I think it's much better to have put
absolutely, I agree.
repechage and that down there, semi-finals down here. Right, Munkbat Urensetseg, Tanaki Funa. It's Munkbat in the white judogi, Tanaki in blue. Who said that then? That's very sweet, isn't it? It's nice when people say things like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
The one I like best of all is your bank telling you you've got more money than you thought you had. But you very rarely get that.
Oh, it didn't happen to me.
Munkbat Urensetseg in the white judogi, Tanaki Funa in blue. Let's find out whether the Japanese are going to be up for taking a medal at 48. Endo Hiromi at the moment is the only one who is fighting for a medal in the 48 kilo category. Oh,
that was close, wasn't it? Munkbat there, quick change of direction.
She's the one, isn't she?
Yeah.
Tanaki.
Yeah, well, she is a surprise here, Tanaki, and she's come through. She looked very, very confident. She really does.
She really did Kondo, didn't she? Beautifully done. Kondo still has a chance, but she's got to get past Kang Yu-jong.
But, you know, such is the line of, you know, they just keep producing these fighters, don't they? Coming through here. Here's Tanaki here. She's beaten the former world champion, Olympic medalist, and she's just taken her out. And she's got a chance of possibly going to the World Championships. Fighting former world champion Munkbat in this semi-final. Can she do it? So left against right. Tanaki left-handed.
21 years old. Little Tanaki Funa. Ranked number 19 in the world.
Well, I think that's going to change, isn't it, after this particular tournament? Sure. Beautiful Yoko Toshi there from Munkbat. Beautiful classic stuff. Just goes across with the leg. And it's Tanaki that has to do the attacking now because Munkbat is ahead. Shido up there for Tanaki.
On the Junior World Championships last year, did Tanaki Funa. Just trying to see when she won her Grand Slam. There's a Grand Slam gold up there. Where did that come from?
Well, Munkbat looking good. Haven't seen her this good for a little while. The Olympic Games didn't go her way, but Munkbat looking on top of this match, just over halfway.
She won the Grand Slam in 2 men earlier this year. That was what it was. Anastasia Pavlenka, Natalia Kondratieva and Gao Chunying. She overcame in those contests.
This is the danger. Ooh. The arm's coming out here. Now Munkbat. Can she straighten it out? Well, she's just turned it in. She just managed to turn it in. Well, she did well there. Did you see that? Tanaki just managed to turn the elbow in there because Monkbat normally finishes it off when she gets
strong
to
on
that
the ground,
stage.
isn't she? Much taller. How much taller she is. She's a little bit too far with that stretch, wasn't she?
That was funny, wasn't it? Tanaki says, I don't want to go down there anymore.
Yeah.
Let's keep this standing if we can.
I've had enough of that.
That was almost a counter as well, wasn't it? Good match, this. What a good match.
Just a single Shido in it. 45 seconds left to go. Very spirited, isn't she, little fighter, Tanaki?
Yeah, she is. She never gives up. She's a Shido down there and just not giving up here.
Another one who was uncomfortable with that effort from Monkbat on the elbow. This one isn't as clear cut as we saw with, but that's why he stopped this. He didn't like the effort from Monkbat on the elbow.
Well, they're going to have to watch it, aren't they, with the Sodi, because
Yeah.
they'll have to push that elbow across as opposed to attacking just hips in straight away against the straight arm.
That's good technique, you know, pushing the elbow across. That's part of the technique. If you fail to do that, you've executed poor technique, and as a result of the execution of poor technique, you're going to damage your opponent. That's Hansokamake.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure that that they're going to decide that here. Just saying that that's what they're looking at now. And the thing is, Monkbat knows it, you know.
She got away with it
Yeah.
there. She really did, considering there's only 30 seconds left. Tanaki coming forwards now. She'll have to do proper attacks, Monkbat. One Shido will even it all up.
I think the little Tani Otoshi that you were talking about from Tanaki, she's got to come up with that. That's the thing that has threatened most. See that right foot from...
Oh, she might have done.
Yeah.
Good call. Now then, was that a score? Gets the Ippon for it.
This is exactly the thing that happened the last time, and they said no. Remember the no score? It went from Ippon to no score. I'm not at all certain that it wasn't the same referee. He's done it again. Now, we saw earlier on when they said no, there wasn't enough there. Do you think there was enough? I'd like to see it again.
Well, we're going to see it again now.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
thought so.
Absolutely.
She did it. I
That's
thought she
different.
did.
This is just not hands. This is the foot in there as well. She wants to go around the
Oh,
back.
you said it would be the Tani Otoshi.
Well, she wants to go around there, doesn't she? And they didn't give anything. No, that was it. Oh, that's end of story.
Just into the last 10 seconds here. Is it going to be a Shido? That'll be a brave referee.
No, he's not going to do it.
He's not.
See, for me, that's not an attack. She's got one hand. She's just going down on her knee, looking to avoid it. Yeah, take your time, he says. No, you're not going to do it now.
No, it's all over. And Tanaki doesn't quite do it.
Yeah, she was unlucky there. She gave a really good performance. But,
She is spirited, isn't she?
yeah,
Little skip off there. My goodness, what good conditions she has.
Here's the she likes it for a score. See, she's already on her way down.
Yeah,
to be
good-
honest.
Yes, no, it's a good decision
Yeah.
from the judges.
Yeah, she's on her
Definitely.
way down here. It's not Tanaki bringing her down. There's the attempt. It's too late. She's already way down there. Good call. Good call. A tricky one, but the right one, I think.
God, we're good at this job.
Yeah, I hope you at
Referee.
home are in full agreement with us. If not, send us your complaints on a postcard.
No, don't do it.
Right, coming up next, Nagayama Ryuju, Mark Pickering's pick. Felipe Kitadai of Brazil is his opponent. It's Nagayama in the white judogi, Kitadai in blue. We really have had some good quality judo.
It's amazing.
enjoyed
It's
this, yeah.
terrific stuff, and it's so enjoyable when you get judo like that. Even the tactical matches are technical.
And you know, there are a couple of points that we had to look at. We had the Hansokamake Anbal for the Wakigatami. I think we looked at that reasonably in depth. We had a good look there about that little the possible Ashiwaza for the score for Tanaki Funa, and it wasn't. I think that they are doing, you know, a good job.
No, I think they're doing a
No one's
great job,
getting robbed here,
even with
you know.
the controversial elements. I mean, they're controversial because they're very, very close. So it's good job from the referees.
Right, we're underway with the semi-final in the under 60 kilo category. Nagayama Ryuju in white and Felipe Kitadai in blue. This is going to be all action, isn't it?
It is. Well, they're both going to go for the same things here. So holding right, going left with the Sori Surikomigoshi there, Nagayama. Right-handed stance. Well, he throws. You know what? He throws caution to the wind as well.
And
Doesn't
he was going, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He just lost contact with the hands, or else we would have seen a full-blooded attack there.
Trying for the Uchimata there, Nagayama, and then switches. What a brilliant switch of direction.
It's so dangerous when you've got a fighter at this kind of level who has the ability to throw big both sides. That's scary.
Yeah, and that is a danger as well, because, you know, how do you defend it? You defend one flank and then it suddenly switches. So good attacking this time from Kitadai.
Just done the same thing.
Yeah, he has.
If whatever you can do, I
Yeah.
can at least try.
I can do it as well as you.
It's 2:10 here in Tokyo. Nice bright start to the day this morning. It was a lovely sunrise and been
it
cloudy for a
snowed-
couple of
snowed
days.
last
But
week, didn't they?
we got lucky. It was a beautiful sunrise this morning over Tokyo, and then nice clear, bright day with plenty of sunshine. Although we're not seeing much of it inside the Tokyo Metropolitan Gymnasium. Is that where we are?
That's where we are.
I think it is, isn't it? We just heard from. There's always. Well, he's kind of over-rotated in there, hasn't he? And here's the right thing to do. Wango Chow has seen that. He knows there's going to be a score here. What is it? Well, look, before I go giving something that's not right, this is a tricky one.
Let's have a look at the landing.
Yeah,
And
we
I think
know
that's
there's an
the important
over-rotation.
thing.
Let's get this right. Yeah. You don't want to do that every time as a referee, but here is something that you don't want to look silly with. You've got the replay, and there it is. That's Yuko. That's as much as you're going to get for that. Although he whizzed him around, flew through the air.
Well, we kept hearing, didn't we, so much about the super Ippon. There isn't a super
No,
Ippon.
Ippon or not.
It's Ippon or not. Yeah.
I'm glad we agree on that
Yeah.
one.
And there's another
Yeah, yeah,
super
yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
Brilliant stuff, though. Nagayama. Oh, my goodness.
Yuko is the lead.
Yeah, Kitadai getting a bit of a judo lesson here.
He's brave, though. Maybe come up with something. Almost caught him again there. Just lost a leg, didn't he, for that block?
Well, he's not afraid to take him to Newaza, is he? And that little turn that he does to get them back between the legs didn't quite happen there. So Mark says that Nigiyama, it's his pick, isn't it?
Yeah,
Nigiyama?
yeah.
And what did he say that, was it from the Junior World
Junior
Championship?
world champion, yeah. He said he's got a really good Ichimata show. Look at him. Okay, right. And he's got it right.
Well, he's got a great Sodi on the other side as well.
And like you say, he's not afraid to go to the ground with the Brazilian.
Now, has he got the shimiwaza?
Mm.
He might just have. We can't see it
No.
properly.
But
Referee sees it.
He's in the best position. Yeah. Right on top of it. And it wasn't as though they were underneath. It was face up, so he must have seen that wasn't going anywhere. He called Mato. Oh, a bit inventive there from...
Flying Juju Gatami there.
Speculative, anyway.
Hey, he's scored a couple of times with that, Kitadai.
Give it a go.
Yeah.
Why not?
So a little bit of panic on Kitadai's face now.
It wasn't Kitadai that was involved in the other half of the blood thing with the Kazakh fight, or was it this morning?
No, it wasn't Kitadai.
Yeah, I said that. It was, look, Kitadai and
was it?
Tilolov. Yeah, Tilolov, do you remember?
All right.
They kept going off. And Kitadai had got a blood, so I got it wrong. It was Kitadai.
It was Kitadai. I said that.
Yeah. So we're going to have a little bit of a break whilst they tidy up that nosebleed. And he'd had one previously in the quarter-final. Meanwhile, on mat 3, it's Choi In-hyuk of the Republic of Korea, who leads Chen Yen Lun by 2 yukos with a minute and a half to go. There's a look at Mr. Choi.
Well, he's also winning by 2 yukos. So here we are back with Nagiyama. Nagiyama just nice, cool, calm and collected. Now we normally see a score straight on the Hajime.
Kitadai won't want to see it. Well, not unless it gets on his side.
Well, he's in a rush now, isn't he? He knows it's going away from him.
And on both those occasions, he hasn't been settled. You know, he's thrown himself in there. He hasn't had his hands on him, and he just rolled away.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, talk about attack on the grip, but that's attack on the no grip, isn't it? Wow. Straight in for the Cianagi again.
He's had him up there about 3 times, hasn't he?
He has.
He hasn't been able to bring him down cleanly, but he does lead by 2 yukos, so he's not going to complain. And again, well, part of that you've got to give to Kitadai, because he's sort of acrobatic
Oh no,
to get out of that.
Definitely. Yeah, brilliant stuff. That Barani there to get off that. 5.5, I think. Just amazing stuff. Wow, the junior world champion Nagiyama then certainly did the business there. He's in the final, and he took Kitadai apart, didn't he, really? He just dominated him all the way through, and that was 2 massive scores, and it could have been another 5 scores on top of that. Brilliant.
He's got the kind of look about him, Kitadai, at the end of that contest that says exactly what Neil is just saying. You know, I've just got taken apart here, haven't I?
Yeah, I didn't get anywhere near it.
You know, what could I have done?
I've had a couple of contests like that myself. You know, it's like you just go through it. At the end of it, you think, I never really made an impact. You know, fairly close, nothing big.
I was going to say,
But
because I never saw you got taken apart.
No, nothing big. But you weren't in it. You know, or you get out gripped at certain stages, something not quite right.
No, I've had the other ones where I just got taken apart. Those are the ones that I remember. I'd love to have had a few close ones. God, that was close. Right. Now, we were told that one of the fighters wasn't coming out, and it was Takajo Tomohumi. He's not going to come out.
He must
for
have really
his
that
contest,
leg
yeah.
problem that he had. Wow.
He would have faced Hashiguchi Yuki, but no, it was the
Mishvidabadze. Yes. No. It was the leg. Do you remember he got dead-legged?
who was the one that got the arm? The was that Hashiguchi?
No, it was. Yeah, it was on the.
Was it someone else?
Yeah, not able to come out for the repechage, but Takato
can't come out for the dead leg.
Is that right? Is it Takato that can't come out?
No, Takato can, but Takajo cannot.
Oh, Takajo.
Takajo later on against Hashiguchi, but Hashiguchi couldn't come because he had his arm broken. So
that's right.
Maybe one of a fight.
Ah,
that'd be an unusual one. Right, here we go. Takato Naohisa of Japan faces Robert Shvidabadze of Russia. It's Takato in the white judogi, Shvidabadze in blue. I don't think these two have gone head-to-head. I'm thinking about an Asia-Europe matchup that they had in... where did we go? For the Echo Challenge that time, when Asia fought...
I wouldn't have been there.
And Takato was in it. He represented Asia at under 60 kilos. And I don't think it was Arsen Galstian. It could have been Beslan Madranov. Wouldn't have been Robert Shvidabadze. Anyhow.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'll have a look.
Well, of course, one of the biggest advantages that Takato hadn't lost to a foreigner, but then all of a sudden it started to go away from him, the last two contests. So it'd be interesting to see how the Russian fights him. He's on good form today, Takato, I have to say.
Yeah, he looked a little bit off in the first contest, but after that, he was in his stride.
And another fighter that can go left and right as well, Takato.
Is it Ezio's birthday today?
I'm not sure.
58, I think. Saw that come up somewhere. We have to send him a happy birthday wish.
So right against left, and always a problem for the sleeve with the opposites. Trying the Yoko Satemi there. Bit of Adzi.
It was against Arsen Galstian. Yeah. So he's got some history with the Russians.
Well, trying to attack the front leg there. You'll feel the danger in there. Vidabadze just waiting for the mistake.
He's got a good record against Russian fighters, by the way. 5 wins and 2 losses. And he's beaten Mudranov, who's the current Olympic champion. He's beaten him 3 times, lost to him once. And then he beat Seyan Kertek and Arsen Galstian, who was the
Olympic champion.
Previous Olympic champion, yeah.
Vidabadze here, fighting well, managing to contain Takato.
No, oh, sorry, mate. Sorry about that. So nice. this, isn't it? Just makes all the difference. Immediately that he caught him, sorry, and then apologised again, and then gave a handshake. So.
Yeah, well, they don't mean it.
Yeah.
You know, Ashiwaza, sometimes the leg is still, it's not moving. Got to catch it on the move.
It was really awkward because he caught the toes. It's horrible.
This is awkward, isn't it? This is an awkward match because they're extreme opposites here.
Yeah.
Can't get two hands on. That was a close one there from Takato.
It's the gong from the adjoining mat where he has just lost out to Charlene van Snick of Belgium. That's a repechage contest, so Van Snick will be fighting for bronze in the under 52 kilo category. That's not bad.
New category up.
Not bad effort.
Yeah.
Should be happy now at that weight.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is her new weight.
Yeah.
Almost for sure it will be.
52, much better for her. Always having to make that 48 weight. Very tricky. You've got to be Tanaki Funa size to be happy with that, or the build of Endo Hiromi, you know, like that fine porcelain thin build.
Yeah. Well, we're into the last 30 seconds here, and anybody's match, this one. Quick look up at the clock there, Miss Vidabadze. Well, this is really dependent on the grips, isn't it? Now he's got two hands on. That was close.
Yeah, little Yoko Shitemiwaza from Takato. I always get the feeling that it's desperation when you see that in the last 40 seconds, run out of ideas and think, oh, just give that a go. I'll try and stay away from that if at all possible.
Yeah, well, he certainly looks the stronger of the two at the moment, Takato. Close, though.
Shvidabadze earlier on showed some signs of being worn down, you know, towards the end of one of the contests, if I remember, and here he is now in golden score. But this hasn't been that kind of bruising, hard-fought, you know, chest-thumping, you know, pain kind of contest. There's been a little bit of, you know, positioning and that kind of thing, and he's still in there. Up to his feet very quickly. He doesn't look worn down physically to me.
You're talking Takato.
No, Shvidabadze. Shvidabadze looked worn down in a previous contest, and one would expect now, if he's in, you know, semi-final golden score, for him to be worn out. But he was more worn out in a previous contest. It was hard to get to his feet, and he was really struggling, you know, when it came to the end of the 5 minutes. But here he's first up to his feet. He still looks as though there's something left in the tank. And I'm just wondering if the style of the contest has, you know, this style suits him better. He doesn't look as though he's been physically drained by his opponent, whereas whomsoever it was that he fought the last time round took it out of him. I wonder who that was.
Yeah.
I'll have a look.
Well, he's putting Takato under pressure here. Takato now is going to have to do something. And he realises it as well.
It was Chen. Yeah, it was Chen. The remember the boy from Chinese Taipei who gave him a bit of run, and he was really struggling with him. This could go any way.
Yeah, Svidabadze here doing well, doing everything that he should do. For me, condition-wise, it's going to cost him, I think. He's just beginning
now,
to
this
play.
is 5 minutes was okay, but we're now 6 minutes and change, and I think that's maxed. You know, he's maxed out. Yeah. Now would be a good time for him to say, okay, roll that dice and go for it.
Yeah. Going to change it to the other flank in a minute, to Kato.
This is really hard now. No, coming up for 7 minutes.
Yeah, this is where they got to dig in. Both attacking. Ah, it's going to be it, is it?
They gave it.
Go.
Yeah. Yeah, Shvidabadze is saying, I didn't finish rolling onto my side.
I didn't think he did.
Yeah,
I thought his
nor do I.
elbow went
Yeah.
down. So it'll be interesting to see if they change that.
Shvidabadze is saying, I could see where you were going with this, and you thought it was going to be a score, but it didn't finish off.
Yeah, I don't think Takato thinks it's over.
He doesn't think it's over.
No, he doesn't,
either.
no. Did you think?
Just at the end. He gets the legs and the side down, yeah, for a moment, yeah.
Well, that was a close one,
Yeah.
wasn't it? It really was.
Right at the end there, there's a frame that you freeze, and he's down at the side
But he
momentarily.
definitely thought that it was going to carry on there.
Takato thought it's not over.
No.
He kept, being poised. They're going to change this.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Anyway, they didn't. So Shvidabadze losing out there, consoled by his coach at the mat edge. He's one of the nicest fighters. Beslan Madranov just shades him on the personality stakes. He's more talkative than Madranov, but Madranov is your all-round, absolutely nice guy. I don't know how he ever became a fighter. He's just too nice. He really is a nice guy. And then next to him is Robert Shvidabadze. Both warm, both friendly guys. Albert Oguzov, another Russian, nice guys. Really nice
They got
to
a
chat
nice
to.
bunch, actually.
Yeah.
They have got a nice bunch of fighters.
Right, Shishime Ai of Japan faces her teammate Sonoda Natsumi in an all-Japan semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. Meanwhile, on the adjoining mat, we've got Ishikawa Megumi up against Marty Malloy. Ishikawa of Japan, Malloy of the United States of America. We should treat the semi-final with that little bit more respect and say, hey, we'll have a look at Shishime and Sonoda, irrespective of whether, Ishikawa and Malloy are going to be a better head-to-head. And the choice is yours. You can just click on 3 to watch Ishikawa and Malloy, or you can stay with us and watch Shishime and Tsunoda. This isn't just bragging rights. This is really about, best position and who's going to put themselves in the best possible place to be picked for the bigger events coming up at the beginning of next year.
That's always the way, isn't it? When they've got so much depth here, you can see them in some of the categories almost dominating all 4 places, and you think, wow, how would you build that amount of depth in a category?
And I can tell you there are no surprises down on mat 3. Ishikawa is immediately into giving Marty Malloy a working over on the ground, and Malloy having to trap the leg as she does so often when she's with the Japanese to avoid getting caught. They're back down on the ground again if you want to watch that one.
Well, of course, a lot of these train together a lot of the time as well. She's looking for the Newaza now. She's going to go for the Jujigatami? Not so sure. She's going to go for the Shimiwaza. Has she got it? She was onto the neck there. She was very close there. Tsunoda. She had that. She was starting to climb on top.
If you're wondering what's happening with the Ishikawa Malloy match, they're on the ground and Marty Malloy's got the leg trap. I'm not going to say it again.
Happened a lot, didn't it? It didn't happen in the previous match.
But that's where Ishikawa has unfortunately not been able to make that extra push with their standing work. You know, there's someone who absolutely super on the ground, but especially the change with the 5 minutes. 5 to 4 really did for her. You know, you have that extra minute, you can spend that much more time working over your opponents on the ground. There's a nice effort. Changed the direction of that.
Beautiful Seoinage, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just took her off to the side.
Kind of fell over there, didn't she, rather than planting her there.
Yeah, she drove it off to the side. So Sanada in the lead here. Shishimi struggling. And there's the Juji Gatame. Nice Newaza as well she's got. Yeah. First one was Shimiwaza. She's got it. That's out. That's out.
Gone.
That's it. Beautiful stuff there. Good Newaza from Sanada.
Shishimi may have come in here as the number 1 seed, and Sonoda unseeded out of 8. No, we've got 8 people that we can seed, and little Sonoda was unseeded and she knocks off the number 1. There you go. No respecters in there.
Well, they certainly have a sorting out, don't they? I mean, how often have we seen world champions that never qualified for the Olympic team?
Yeah.
The great Fuji, look at that. Look what happened there. That was when world championships were every other year. 4 times a world champion, never qualified for an Olympic Games. Never got out of his Japanese trials. And then the ones that beat him to go to the Olympic Games became Olympic champion.
Right, we've got the second semi-final in the under 52 kilo category. Another All Japan matchup. Abe Uta faces teammate Tatsukawa Rina. It's Abe in the white judogi, Tatsukawa in blue. It's been all groundwork between Malloy and Ishikawa up there. The great battle up at that end. Malloy has picked up a single Shida, and it'll be Ishikawa, I think. And will squeeze past the American. He's a real battler, is Marty Malloy. I love her to bits.
She really is taking the fight to her, isn't she? It's all happening on that mat. There's one Shido in it.
Right, Abe and Tatsukawa take to the mat. There's a nice, polite round of applause for Malloy and Ishikawa. That match comes to an end with the Japanese just shading it over Marty Malloy.
Seoinage standing as well there from Abe.
I could see lift-off about to happen there.
Well, it was permission for lift-off, wasn't it?
I'll be really happy if Ishikawa medals. Yeah, that was nice.
That's going to be a big score. Massive hip on
that
there.
Was thumping, wasn't it,
Wow.
from Abe?
Yeah, Abe just took her backwards. Well, you know, often when they walk out, you know, there's an expectation. And she certainly had that there, Abe, didn't she? Full of confidence there. She knew she was going to do that.
Now, we have got a semi-final in the under 66 kilo category coming up here, but just on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see coming into your shot any second now, Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan. He's making his way to the mat rather slowly, and that's, I suppose, just because he realizes there's no one else going to come to meet him. His opponent should be Takajo Tomohumi. However, Takajo had a leg injury, sustained a leg injury, an upper leg injury. He got dead-legged, and he can't take part. So Hashiguchi is going to take this one. He makes his way into the final.
Spectacular, that.
Yeah. Now, he's going to face the winner of the upcoming contest, and that's between Isoda Norihito, a bit of a revelation here today. Isoda, he's looked really good. He faces Neil's pick, not just for today, I hasten to add, Abe Hifumi of Japan. So the two Japanese are going to go head-to-head here. Isoda in the white judogi, Abe in blue. The man in the middle for this one is Wang Go Chiao, who's doing his last cycle.
This is his last competition, isn't it? For
I think he's going to do a couple next year. He's going to do a couple next year.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe up to Paris or whatever. He's slightly different from some of the others in that he'll be around for a little bit longer. But some of the others are finishing off here, going to their various commissions, their continental commissions. We see them around, but no longer on the map. Mr. Wang, he's going to be around for a little bit. I think we saw him in Rio and London and in Beijing. In a row. He really has been one of the better referees.
Well, this will be an interesting one, won't it? Isoda looked good, didn't he? In the previous round, but so did Abe. Straight onto the sleeve there. Left against right, it's opposites here. Abe that's right-handed, but he switches it to the left, so does Komigoshi as well. Well, really fighting for the sleeve grips. So important for these two because they both have the Sodisura Komigoshis off the sleeves. Change of direction that will score here. Isoda just waiting for the counter. Got to be careful of the Sakeshi techniques, especially when you're fighting opposites. Well, looking for the Uchimata. That's what he's trying to set him up for, Isoda, but he'll have to be careful with Abe. There's the Seoinage, that's going to score. Oh, he gets the ippon from it. That was huge, wasn't it? What a change of direction as well there, Sheldon. That was immense. It was like he was waiting for it.
He's in that zone at the moment, isn't he?
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's everybody. Whether it's Ebenuma or whether it's Isoda. So he just gets the Wazari for it.
Yeah, it was a little bit untidy at the end, it was getting away from him.
These are good decisions, by the way, by the board there, because I think that they're doing a good job. They're differentiating between the ippon and the wazaris, which is terrific.
And I mean, the first feel about that was that it was a little untidy at the end. And in the past, they've just let that go.
Yeah, but it rolled.
Exactly.
And so if it rolls, it's a Wazari. Yeah. It just means, that you've got to fight that little bit harder in order to get...
And finish off with good technique.
Well, it means you've got to try harder to control it with the kumakata, with the grips, in order to secure the ippon. So that's got to be a better thing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You don't have to be lax with it. So the
Absolutely.
kumikata becomes more important. Abe looking for the same technique, but he'll switch it here. If Asoda's not careful here, he'll just walk straight onto the opposite side. They're not small techniques either, are they? They're not small scores from Abe. You know, he's scoring against the best people in the world, and he's scoring big. Change of direction this time for the Kosoto from Abe.
Soda can't feel that bad, can he? He did knock off the Olympic champion on his way here. He's in the semi-final of the Tokyo Grand Slam.
Yeah.
He must feel as though he's had a good day.
Not bad, is it? The Olympic champion first.
Well, I mean, all he's got to do is medal. I say all he's got to do, but even if he loses here, he can still come back in the bronze medal contest.
Yeah, it's still a shame that we didn't see Abe against the Italian.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen that, but never mind. Another day.
Whereas for Basile, I think it is going to be a poor day, because he's going to say to himself, I lost to who?
Yeah. Well, certainly Asoda isn't the main one, is he? So into the last 20 seconds then of this semi-final.
But he's done his job.
Yeah, it doesn't need to do any more now. He'll go Shido. Another Shido up. He knows that this is an important one for him to win here, Abe, because this will go towards certainly qualification and also getting selection for the World Championships in 2017. It will go towards it. I'm sure they'll have 10 other qualification events before then, Japanese. I'm just looking at a monitor with Kosei Inui on there, just taking his notes down there. What a situation here. You've got one of them that just took out the Olympic champion by Ippon, and then the other one just threw him for a Wazari. Great.
Right, we've got two more contests to bring you. They're both semi-finals, and they're both in the under 57 kilo category. The first of which features Dodsurin Sumiya of Mongolia. She's up against Yoshida Tsukasa of Japan. Let's take a look at that one first. It'll be Dodsurin in the white judogi, Yoshida in blue. Mongolia having a bit of a day of it as far as the women are concerned anyway. They've got Munkbat in the final already, and a chance now for a second Mongolian to make it into the final. The Olympic silver medalist.
One of the most consistent in the category, isn't she, Dodsurin? Got a work cut out here, though, with Yoshida, of course. Current world champion, Yoshida.
At 57.
Not at 57, is she?
Who is it at 57 then? Right, first of all, where were we? I can't remember where we were.
Yeah,
for
no,
that.
exactly. I was just
was
thinking
it
the
Astana?
same. Yeah.
Astana for 57. Who was it? Was it Udakane? We'll have a look. It's terrible, isn't it? Right, 57. Can't do things like that to me.
Yeah, I just... So Ouchi from Yoshida. But some good attacks there from Dosseren as well. Dosseren firing back.
Yeah, it just needed a bit of reminding that last year in the final it was Matsumoto Kaori over Corina Capriuri in Astana. Matsumoto came back after that little bit of a break.
Where did we see Yoshida then with the Uchimata? It was...
Right then, let's get Yoshida up there. See what she's been up to.
On the 101 Ippons with the classical Uchimata. Osodagari! Oh, look at that. She's taken her over for the Wazari. And Dosseren now has a long fight back.
Ooh.
Well, she always looked threatening with that. Snaked across for the Osoto.
Well, Yoshida's got 4 Grand Slam gold medals. So it must have been in one of the Grand Slams.
One of the Grand Slams, I was thinking, because she's in the top 100 Ippons.
Baku, possibly.
Where she threw the French girl with that beautiful Uchimata. Classical.
Right, okay, I'll tell you which one that was. That was in Tokyo last year, here. Helene Rossavo in the final.
Yeah.
Through the French fighter for Ippon. Yeah. So she's won Baku, Tokyo, Tumen.
And it looks like this leg might just come out of here as well. Toes coming out again. Well, Dosseren holding on now.
She's got the hand there as well.
She's just got the hand there, but that happened before with Malloy, but she still managed to get it out.
I think this is a little bit stronger. That she's got the right hand right on the foot.
She'll tie that arm off. And I tell you now that she's in trouble here, Dosseren. Coming up to the last minute, Wazari down, Dosseren has to come forwards. Good tactics as well from Yoshida. Needs an Ippon now to go through to that final. Nice as she was. Well, gets a Yuko for. I'm not so sure she didn't land on her elbow there. That's a Juji Gatami. That's going to go on.
Yeah,
yes, gets it.
Full house.
Well, it is. That was
was
brilliant stuff,
Ippon.
wasn't it? That was a great performance from Yoshida.
Really
was.
Well, it's going to be an all-Japan final then, Neil, because Yoshida's already in there, and she's going to face the winner of this semi-final between Tamaoki Momo and Udaka Nae. Yoshida could do herself a real favour here.
I was going to say, who's your favourite for this one?
Udaka.
Udaka for sure.
Yeah. We've seen the youngsters turn over some of the old guards, so maybe we'd consider that. I'm really looking forward to Nagayama and Takato, however.
So Udaka Nae is in blue here, Tomoki in white. Little action right from the very beginning here. Big right armour of Udaka coming over. Well, I said that it seems to me that the people have a particular stance when they start walking out, and that's exactly what's happened here with Udaka. Come out here knowing what she has to do. Dominates the sleeve. A lot of support there up in the crowd. Well, she got a Shido there just for a low sleeve grip there, Tomoki. There's a lot of low sleeve grips though, but it's whether it's in a positive or a negative vein, that's the key. So just one Shido on the board there. Tomoki just behind on attacks. As well as that Shido that she got just for gripping the end of the sleeve.
Yeah, Udaka hasn't got the kind of grip that she needs, and it was right there that it happened. The minute she got off the sleeve and the arm went round the body.
Well, you said that she didn't have the grip that she needed, but then as soon as she did get it, it was all over. And there's the positive, you know, the way she went back to her line there. It's as if she expected exactly that, just to eventually wear her down and to get what she wanted.
She'd been struggling with the, as Neil has been saying all along. You know, once the grip goes, as soon as she gets the right arm around up by the collar.
Two hands on, isn't it? There, two hands on,
and oddly enough, she now executes it's a Japanese executing the Korean move.
Yeah, it is. But beautiful Tai Toshi. Look at the foot
Yeah, it
land
really
on the
is
floor.
nice,
yeah,
yeah.
it was lovely.
As soon as she settled on that grip, it was all over. Right, we're just going to give you a quick rundown of the finals because we're going to take a break for an hour now. It's 3 o'clock here. We're going to be back at 4 o'clock. So here are the final lineups, just the finals we'll do here. Jeongbo Kyung of the Republic of Korea will face Munkbat Uren-Setseg of Mongolia. It'll be, and after that, it's all Japan.
It is.
Four finals in a row.
Watch out for Abby.
Tsunoda Natsumi will face Abe Uta in the under 52 kilo category. In the under 57 kilo category, but Yoshida Tsukasa to face Tomoaki Momo. And then it was Yoshida who beat Dotsurin so well. And then in the under 60 kilo category, it'll be Nagayama Ryuju of Japan to face his teammate Takato Naohisa. And then in the under 66 kilo category, Hashiguchi Yuki of Japan to face Abe Hihumi. That is Neil's pick, not just today.
Not just today.
Right, join us again in an hour. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye. So